That tells you that Alcaraz is
I always overweight.
Now,
Good
Medvedev
morning.
was
Let me turn
consistent
this
here.
off. It takes a while for it all to get going, and by the time I get in the mode of waiting, you guys sign in. There was news today on Finger and CAUD. Ham is traveling to meet Kaiser Solse. Anyway, he's going to meet one of the large shareholders in Finger and other things you own. So he may or may not call in. It's 111. That's auspicious. 111. This morning, Alcaraz blew by Daniel Medvedev. So the knockout stage is set for the ATP finals in Turin tomorrow. Medvedev plays Sinner in our morning, and in our afternoon, it'll be Djokovic versus Alcaraz. Both matches could be really amazing if you haven't watched tennis in a while. Okay. Ring the bell is first. Hey, Rod, thank you for joining. Always glad to always glad to see you. Hey, Eddie Eagle. I guess you were second, Akira. I don't know. Red Pepper. Darren, thank you. Ramiro. Hello, world. Where have you been, Augustine? Have you been inside? How are you? Magna. Hey, Pecos Bill, if Busy Brands is signed on, I don't know if he has. It would be fun if you joined, if you're available, and discussed what you saw at Ora Grande. I mean, many of these listeners are in MMTLP, but if you can't do it now, maybe it's something we could set up a specific time for, and block out 45 minutes or an hour and a half. But I hope you're doing well, Pecos Bill. Oh, by the way, Pecos Bill, I was listening to somebody today. I think even he got it wrong. I was friends with Ken Peake at Contango Oil and Gas. He was a great guy, very smart. And I had one of my bleary dinners with him out in LA. I was talking about a girl I loved, and he wanted to hear about it. And then we started talking about his company. And we had a great night. Anyway, next time I was in, I think New Orleans was where his office was. I could be wrong. It could have been in Houston or Dallas. But anyway, the next time I was in whatever town his office was, I went in to see him. And he had a pretty small core staff, and he built a huge company. He had I don't know, 5 people, and they were all different mixtures of human being. And anyway, he was at his desk, and a big oak desk or something. It was covered with papers. And he was glad to see me, invited me in, sit down. I stood up. I was full of energy. And I said, Ken, after some pleasantries, I said, Ken, what does contango mean? And this is a really smart guy, oil and gas guy. He looks at me and he's like, I don't know. It's sort of has to do, well, let's look it up. So he looked it up. So anyway, I listened to this gentleman today that I do. And he said, just for your interest, Bill, that oil prices right now are in contango. And he went on to describe it. He said it'll be confusing, but it's when the future markets expect oil prices to be higher, and then the price today, the spot price, is lower. That's not quite how I understand contango. I think it's I would have described it the exact opposite, that oil prices are higher now and future prices are lower. But in any event, what he left out, I think, is that if these guys think oil prices in the future will be higher in the futures contracts, they sell oil now, which suppresses it, and they buy the contracts out. But basically, the message is oil prices are going to recover, oil prices are going to go higher, and it could be very quickly. I think at some point, oil prices are going to achieve a whole different level, and what we're experiencing now will rarely be seen again. But anyway, so much for my opinion. All right, Akira Nova, how are you? Susan, thank you. Corey, UK Sun, Badaram, thank you. Great energy in the chat. Yeah, hi, chat. Finger looks juicy at this level. All right, let me just, since you brought up finger, I have an eye appointment, I think I told you, for the 12th or the 14th. So until then, I'm sorry I was blind, but you were always drinking wine. You were always drinking wine. Tell me that your sweet love hasn't died, and give me one more chance to keep you satisfied, to keep you satisfied. All right, finger motion today announced that they announced an update on the litigation on short selling research firm. I might have to turn this around. Finger Motion, a mobile services and data company, is providing litigation update to the market, you all, regarding its newly filed lawsuit against Capybara Research. Capybara. Do we have to be polite to a criminal research firm? It's not even a research firm. On October 19th, Finger Motion filed a federal lawsuit in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York against Capybara, a firm recently created who enjoyed anonymity through various social media postings without any trail as to ownership, while antagonizing our Fingers retail investment community by posting lewd and unprofessional graphics intended to further embarrass the company. After weeks of investigatory work by the company's litigation counsel, who I believe is Mark Bazile, as well as with the cooperation of third parties, the company is pleased to announce that its attorneys have been successful in identifying that person responsible for the malicious article and is now taking all steps necessary to add that person's name to the lawsuit and serve the individual. Finger Motion also announced that it is adding to its federal lawsuit the social media news outlet Benzinga, I guess you say it, for republishing and continuing to republish the Capybara report and other false reports which continue to harm Finger Motion's retail investment community. I'm having a hard time seeing it, so I'll read his quote. We are committed to legally pursuing the Capybara Short and Distort campaign, as well as all media outlets who irresponsibly reported the false, misleading, and defaming Capybara report, stated Martin Shen, CEO of Finger Motion. And then it goes on to tell you about Finger Motion. So that was the news today on Finger. I know that's not dramatic, but it's excellent. And it's a step forward. Let me see where Finger is trading, and then I'll get back to the comments. CAUD is 162. GTII is 55 cents. Finger Motion is 464, down 6 cents. And let's just look at MMAT, which might be MMAT might be an interesting buy sometime now or in December for the January bounce. We're running out of time. It's November, Monday will be November 21. So you'll basically have next week, and I guess I should try to do a video on that, but you'll basically have next week whereby you could buy more of any of these dogs, and I say that respectfully, these nags. They're all being punished by the criminals. You can double your position of, say, MMAT. Then in 31 days, you can sell your original position, locking in the tax loss. Now, in the case of MMAT, I don't see any reason why that stock is going to have a huge run up between now and the end of the year. So I don't think you risk a lot selling and then just buying back in 31 days. That's the second strategy. In the last week or two of December, when every wealth manager, stockbroker, investment advisor, husband, wife, wire-haired poodle, accountant, lawyer is going to be advising their clients, why don't you just get out of these, take the tax losses? That's year-end tax loss selling, and that's why all of these stocks are under pressure, because the professional criminals know that there's going to be some selling coming. Sometimes people sell now, by the way I just described it to you, but there'll be selling coming for reasons unrelated to the fundamentals. It's just take the tax loss. All right, let me read some of yours. Conspiracy theory number 2. I always lose track, so I'm not sure exactly if you're referring to theories I have. You can call them conspiracy theories, but you know, I enjoy physics of all things, we had a one of these large, serious but cornball, sometimes physics teacher in high school. I loved the class, but I went to a high school where, well, anyway, you didn't want to look too smart, but I remember he asked a question of the class, and I used to rock my chair back. I don't know why I stopped doing that, but I always did rock my chair back, and I'm sitting there. I'm in the. I didn't realize it till later in life, but I always tried to sit a little bit closer to the front because my eyes weren't 20/20. It was, and I didn't have glasses, so it was my way of being able to read the blackboard. But anyway, I was probably in the third row or second row, and I'm leaning back, and he says, "Can anybody tell us the definition of a light pipe?" And he's had all these drawings, light, like the speed of light. And there's just nothing but silence. No one's. So I blurted out, it's a pipe that's not as heavy as the others, or something like that. And he just loved it, and he always enjoyed me being there. Anyway, I like physics. I don't know anything about it, but I listen to these professors sometimes online, and one of the guys said, wiseacre, really smart brainiac, he said the measure of a theory, the strength of a theory, the value of a theory is how good it is at predicting events, predicting results. So anyway, yeah, I may have conspiracy number 2, but conspiracy theory number 2. But I think my conspiracy theories are far more predictive of what these criminals are doing than those who apologists for the system. Okay, P-Man. Hey, William, added to my pile is CAUD. All right, so now someone's asked about CAUD. So let's talk about the news on CAUD. Let me get the date. Let me get the date. Where is the date? Well, I can show you. What I can't show you. Oh, here. I'm not sure what today's date is, but it shows when this was reported. Okay. Today, I don't know if it was across the news wires, but it was filed today. So it's on the SEC website. Statement of changes in beneficial ownership. Can you see that? Brent Sun, CEO, dated November 14th. He purchased common stock. I'm going to have to read it this way. It's too blurry. The transaction date was November 14th, 2023, and November 15th, 2023. On the 14th, he bought 100,000 shares. I didn't highlight that for you. Collective audience, CAUD. So the CEO On November 14th, purchased 100,000 shares of CAUD at $2.05. And then on November 15th, he purchased an additional 90,000 shares at $2.01. This in column five, they then say the amount of securities beneficially owned following these two transactions, 1,009,578 shares owned by Brent's son. Now you think about that for a minute. That's CAUD, but think about that for a minute. There were, let me get a black pencil. There were 11,400,000 shares issued to us, the shareholders, by Aubrey SPAC, which is now CAUD, to purchase DataLogic. Of that, only 33%, 0.33, is available. And I understand even part of that still hasn't been issued. But anyway, theoretically, 0.33 is available for trading. My understanding is about 1.5 million shares still haven't been distributed. But anyway, at some point they will be, so let's not focus on that. So the exact number is there's available for trading 3,762,000, and then in my opinion, criminals, but the hedge funds got 1,600,000 shares for the risk they took. To be clear, it is the hedge funds who destroyed this stock. They're going to say, oh, it wasn't us, we didn't sell yet. Baloney. They set up the toxic financing, so they're the buddies they're in cahoots with, and they get kickbacks from, and they have a deal with, can destroy the market cap of the stock. It's time to call a spade, or a heart, or a club, or a diamond. Wall Street is set up to destroy the market caps of any company trying to fulfill the American dream. Wall Street, the media, Congress, the president, they only protect Amazon, Facebook, whatever Google's called now, NVIDIA, the tattooed lady, Walmart, these kind of companies. We're turning this country into an oligarchy where there's only, bigger than the robber barons, where there's only a few families of wealth, and the rest of us are the great unwashed. Anyway, it's in there, but if you assume I don't know what to assume. Insiders own stock in CAUD. I just don't know how much, 1, 2, 3 million. So the shares outstanding, 11.4. If you added, I don't know, 2 million, let's say 2.6 million to that, that's 15 million. Brent owns 1 million of that. And he just bought more, locking up. He won't be able to sell because he's insider. He owns 1 million of maybe 15 million shares, and he can't trade them. He can't sell them. They're restricted. So how, one wonders, the criminals have sold this over and over and over again. Once they have a toxic note, their shady lawyers give it, in my judgment, to multiple prime brokers as if it were the original. The prime brokers does not care about regulation. That's not the risk they're thinking about. The risk they're thinking about is, what if we let these criminals and their offshore buddies flood the market with failure to locate, failure to deliver, failure to settle trades? What's the risk to we or us at the prime brokerage firm? There's only really one risk, because the criminals have a perfect strategy. They just keep selling. And there's no enforcement, and it just is endless. But the one risk is, if the company does something where there's a massive amount of buying, or in an oil and gas company, they make a new oil discovery. In a biomedical company, Pfizer comes and purchases the stock for $80. These are some of the risks they have. But the criminals, you've got a 20 to 25 million in volume on a stock that until this Monday didn't even have these shares out. I'm not sure these shares, according to information, they claim they've only sold 40,000 of those shares. Who knows? Where does all that volume come from? It's all fraud. But anyway, all right, we'll move on from that. But I think this is fantastic news. Brent Sun on November 14th purchased 100,000 shares. That, to you, when you're used to dealing with these other nags, sounds like a small amount. But there's only 15, maybe less, 15 million shares out. Well, that's the wrong word, issued and outstanding on this company. So that's a huge buy. Then he bought 90,000 on November 15th. He paid $2.05 and $2.01. He is the beneficial owner of 1,009,578 shares. That's huge news, huge confidence. But we got to bust the criminals. We got to bust the criminals. All right. Thank you, P-Man. I'm going to try to buy some more maybe next week. We'll see. I still have I told you I didn't, in retrospect, I should have sold at 3 something and be buying back here, but I didn't sell. Hi, Mark. Say hi to Clarice. Hey, Steve Rosen. It really is my eyesight. I apologize, Steve Raven. I'm sometimes I see just fine, but it's over the last couple of weeks, my brain is starting to use this eye, which I don't think it did for quite a while. So it's a little bleary. Sat the girl with far away eyes. Hi, Ruby. Oh, Ruby. Korean, Yoon, Ryan, Marlon Moona, Sunil. Thank you for coming in. Did Finger drop news yet? Well, I read the one, but I guess you're talking about whatever was discussed that could happen by the 17th. I've been very low key on that. I haven't expected anything, but that kind of news, if and when And just to be clear, Marlon, I think it could come next year, not this year, but I could be wrong. That's the problem. It could happen Sunday night, for all I know. But anyway, I think it really could only be one of a couple of things that you're talking about. One would be a special dividend distributed. And Finger has things they can distribute. They could distribute I'm totally making it up. They could distribute their SMS text messaging business as a separate company to shareholders. And that might screw up the back offices if they did it through the transfer agent, and then thereby cause a short squeeze. It also could be because you have to wonder, Marlon, why did Finger file a $300 million shelf registration on September 11th, 8K it on 4 days later, and then put out a further announcement that they don't intend to raise money in the 4, 5, 6, 7 range. In essence, that's what it said. So why would they put all that out? And it named Univest. Why? Well, Marlon, we can be like the children in the back seat. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Just a couple more hours. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? When are we going to be there? How come we're not there yet? Are we there? Or we can be professionals. We've studied it. We see the puzzle pieces on the table, and we realize it takes time for the picture to come into view and then the last piece to be placed. So I don't expect any further news today, Marlon Mundo. But the news that did drop in using your terminology, I don't know, where's it dropping? From where to where? I don't know. Modern lingo. Finger Motion provides litigation update on short selling research firm. That was the news which dropped today. Why does TD tell me it will cost me? It shouldn't, Korean Yoon, and I would fight back on it. I would say no, that's your responsibility. But I don't know how many shares you have, Korean Yoon. You have two choices. Don't do anything. Just wait. At some point they are going to take care of it. And at some point, Korean Yoon, I went downstairs to get this certificate, and I forgot that I had it. I still can't get this stock into. This is a completely different company. I can't get it into the system. That's the problem. That's what they want. But I wanted to show you what a legend is. Let me see if it's on my NextBridge. See, they didn't even put it on the NextBridge shares, which now makes me suspicious of these shares. But it's a private company. Maybe that's why. But anyway, they put a legend on back, and they usually have a stamp on front saying that under Rule 44, these shares cannot be sold. It has more words than that, but that's basically it. So they have to take the legend off those restricted shares. That's probably why TD is asking you for some money, because it's going to take time. But TD received from GTII, not only did they receive the letter from GTII's lawyers that gave blanket permission to all the broker dealers, and it was delivered to all the broker dealers to lift that legend. That's going on. But also, they probably received one block of stock from GTII's transfer agent for TD Ameritrade. That's had a legend on it for 6 months. That's coming off. So where's TD Ameritrade going to put the shares? In at Fred's bank? They're going to put it here in here. It'll be safe in my left pocket, or we'll put it over here in my right pocket. No, they're going to put them in your accounts, or they're going to stuff your accounts with IOUs, which is probably the most likely. So I would just wait. First, I'd ask them to do it without that. It's not appropriate. Secondly, just wait. Just wait. Hey, Lee, welcome. That's great. I have no idea. Yeah, Pecos Bill. Now I'm getting... We are in contango right now. We are in contango. And I think oil is cheaper right now than if you buy it 3 months from now. But, and I guess the confusing part is, why wouldn't people buy oil now instead of buying it 3 months from now? I guess that's the confusing part, at a higher price. Oh my gosh. Ted Stalitz, TD Ameritrade, your GTII shares became unrestricted and tradable. I transferred to Fidelity and they became restricted again. What's interesting, a year ago, Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow stock based on the previous special dividend, which was a warrant. Unfortunately, as a group, we decided there was a better stock to buy. And so we popped our own bubble. But I think there was a short squeeze going on. So my point to you, Ted, is maybe Fidelity doesn't want... In other words, you're saying TD Ameritrade, they became unrestricted and tradable. How do I say this? If you're sitting at a restaurant, I used to, in college, I worked at and just afterward, I worked at restaurants. And this one restaurant, Charlie's Place, I remember vividly, because it was packed. It was always packed. The order was prime rib. They were known for their prime ribs. And the gentleman, because I had money tables, finally got me. And he said, excuse me, I ordered whatever he ordered. This is rare, and I wanted medium or well done or something like that. All right, sir, I'll take care of it. I got a tray, I put the plate on it, and I went back to the kitchen. And the sous chef and the chef were in the weeds, people bustling everywhere. I was trying to get attention. And I finally said, hey, the guy said, what are you here for? I said, the gentleman said his prime rib is too rare. And the chef said, here, give it to me. He took the plate, took the prime rib, dipped it in some sauce, and turned it over and handed it right back to me. I said, that's the same piece of meat. He said, I just take it back out to him. He won't know the difference. So I didn't know what to do. So I did. And the guy never complained. So what my point is, Ted, you don't know that what TD Ameritrade put in your account was unrestricted or tradable. What they put in your account, in all likelihood, were IOUs, electronic IOUs. Now, once they put it into that electronic system, they've decided to join in the securities fraud, but it's throughout the entire markets, if you haven't seen that by now. But anyway, so what shows on your statement is a black and white or black and green statement that says you own 10, instead of 10,000, now you own 11,000 shares of GTII. And next to it's a price. And you could call and sell them. And they'd take the order and they'd put cash in your account. But you don't know that they didn't just flip the piece of meat over and you have the same electronic too rare meat. So anyway, I would suggest to you, when you transferred over to Fidelity, you had some settled trades, which did transfer fine, probably still electronic IOU, but then you had this dividend, which didn't transfer okay, and Fidelity wants no part of it, because a year ago, Fidelity was going to be the catalyst to a short squeeze until we went to another story. In real life, you can never prove the alternative. That's just my view of what happened back then. And we all did it. It's no one person's fault. So anyway, Ted, that's my long answer. The contango was when you're dancing with a beautiful woman. That's the ooh la la tango. Backwardization. That's the other word for contango for a while now. Yeah, we have. Since, well, I don't know if that's when it started. I was going to say it kind of when just before, at or around what happened in Israel. What's the news on Finger? How will it affect things? Finger Motion provided litigation update on short selling research firm. And as with all news, the criminals start selling the stock. Let me point out to you that on Finger, when Martin Shen's exercised, I can't remember, 130,000 shares of options, employee options. The reporting firm, this is like a couple months ago, 3 months ago, reporting firm somehow announced it on the last trading day of options. But the reporting firm announced as sold the part that had to be reserved for paying taxes. Well, the boo birds went all over. Oh my gosh, insiders selling, CEO selling, and the stock went down 1.5 points. Well, when it's not what you asked about, but when CAUD announces that the CEO buys almost 200,000 shares in the open market for $2 and owns 1 million shares of the company, it goes down. Why? Because the criminals in Gary Gensler's market, and he doesn't care about it, he may even be paid off. He certainly isn't going to disrupt a profit center for Goldman Sachs, prime brokerage. Whenever there's good news, Whenever this used to make stocks go up. This used to really make stocks go up. Well, they know, the criminals know, all they have to do is keep selling. Just keep selling. It's counterfeit shares. They don't exist. Your brokers don't mind. The prime brokers are in on it. They have a bunch of lawyers who I think are at a minimum shady, if not criminal. And then they've got a complacent SEC, if not complicit SEC. FINRA doesn't give a damn. And Congress is too concerned with, anyway, the latest thing that appeared on CNN. So I don't know, Daryl. How will it affect things? All news makes stock go down. Saw the trailer for the movie I'm a Natural. The video's blurry. This is POS computer. I'm working on it. I am working on it. Here, I want to take this certificate out of my safe right pocket and this certificate out of my extra safe left pocket. We should set up a fund or an exchange where we provide plain vanilla financing and all certificates are physical. Let's get physical, physical. What a stupid song that was. Thank you very much, BBJ. You are the best. B and B Junior. Yep, it's 465. Thank you very much. And you got your one click, I hope. So the big news is more lawyers. Huzzah. How come MMAT will bounce back in January? I don't know that it will. I don't know that it will. What happens in a normal market, and the markets are all fraud right now. Gary Gensler, I just watched the movie Paint the Town Red. He says, if you're waiting on a woman to make up her mind, you might be waiting a long time. He also, this woman bumps into him as he's crossing the street, the dusty street, and she starts yelling at him, and it's an obvious, there's nobody else on the street. So he picks her up, takes her to the barn, and I guess has his way with her. Later on, he's in taking a bath, and she comes in with a gun and starts shooting, and he ducks under the water with his cigar in his mouth, and he pops back up, and his cigar is, drenched. And he says, I wonder what took so long for her to get mad. Anyway, Don, I don't know why I got off on that transition, but what happens at the end of the year, it'll happen in MMAT, it'll happen in GNS, it'll happen in CLNV, it'll happen in MULN, it'll happen in probably in COSM and in VOCL and in maybe in Finger. It'll happen in Logic and CAUD if there's no powerful counteracting force. It'll happen in Anyway, we have a stable full of dogs, nags. All of them are going to be under pressure in December. Now, does MMAT go lower than 9? I think so. But in January, Don, in order to establish a tax loss, there has to be 30 days between when you sold and bought back the same or similar like security. Wait 31 days. And so if people sell in the last week of December, sometimes they sell earlier. Frankly, some years they sell in the last week of November and buy everything back in the last week in December. But we're not in a bull market right now. We're not in one of those things. So there will be selling pressure on MMAT. Will it go to 5, 4, 3? It could. In tax loss selling. Tax loss selling. You buy it 31 days later, end of January, hence the name January effect, people buy back their positions. They've established the tax loss, they buy it back. That's the January effect. And so I have no idea if MMAT will go up. But as a broad, if you owned a stable of underperforming racehorses, maybe 2 or 3 of them at the end of January, come in first, second, and third. And then you're able to have a trade that reliquefies your racing stables for the rest of the year. BBJ, 240. Unbelievable. Because this is good news. This was powerful news. Really powerful news. You don't think Brent's gone all in on his own company? And he's the one that should know what the value is and what the plans are. But then the sellers come in, the counterfeiters. Let me see how much volume it is today. MMAT is actually up today, so it might be a stock that's already had its sell-off. Unbelievable, BBJ. It's down 18 cents. And last trade 150.57, but it's 4.78 million shares. Of the 3.7 million that was distributed to us, according to information that I trust, over 2 million of that are people, big whales, and people that simply will not sell, like me, at these prices. So I don't know, maybe there's 1.5 million available up here, but remember, approximately 1.5 million hasn't been distributed yet either. But anyway, and then you've got the criminal. Where are they getting all this stock to sell? They've just hit print on the Xerox machine. The only thing that's going to stop them is if they run out of ink. Gretchen. I'm confident that Univest will trigger a squeeze. They did it 10 months with HUDI, 5 months with TOP. Okay, so let's go with HDUI. September 11th, let's call it August. No, sorry. Wait. September 11th. We'll call it October, November, December, January, February. That's 5 months. February is 5 months. March, April, May, June, July. July is 10 months. So I think that's a good observation, TK16. I'll read it again. I am confident that Univest will trigger a squeeze. They did do so after 10 months with HUDI and 5 months with TOP. This makes so much sense given Finger's bright future once they escape the shorts. See, I hate that word shorts, but it's the only word we have. But there are legal shorts, and their shorting has gone on. You know, I got to get my book, or I'll go get another copy. I'll read that to you all. Maybe I'll go get another copy. It's been around for a while. I'll do that. I'm going to write it down. I'll give you some fireside reading for 20 minutes. Okay, Heath Roach, I spoke with CAUD Investor Relations again. No explanation on why the stock was being traded for a week before it was available to us, or how it sold down 80%. Well, the people on those IR pages are like Frank Benedetto. They have great human relation skills. They're very good, making a quick presentation. Normally, they're reasonably good looking, reasonably smart, reasonably quick on their feet when they're talking. But they have no understanding of any of this unless they study it. And that's one thing that's both good and bad, Heath. You all are getting an understanding of what's going on. I know what's going on, but I can't prove to the satisfaction of a skeptic every single piece of what I say. But the pattern is there. The results are there. They also, the criminals, what's a good example? If they were underground drilling through the thick, massive steel and concrete wall to get into the underground vault of the bank next door, and it's making a lot of noise, they might set up simultaneously, they might set up a hammerjack driller, whatever those things. They now have them as a truck you can drive, a tractor you can drive that'll dig out concrete, and they might have it out back digging up the parking lot just to make, oh, that's legal. We have a permit for it. That's where the noise is coming from. In other words, the crime is it's racketeering, and they work with each other either formally or informally. They don't tell on each other until it gets late. They late in the game. They aid and abet each other. They look the other way. It's massive. It's just a wall of profits for the stock loan department, commissions for the prime brokers, and then these shady market makers we no longer need. So when you talk to an IR guy or woman, they have no clue. You know more about it than they do. CAUD, according to the filing with the SEC, which had the proxy in it, had approximately 41,555 shares in existence. That's it. NASDAQ stopped trading on Wednesday, specifically stating, and I think it helped the criminals, but specifically stating that you don't have enough shares. You need 500,000 shares to be listed on NASDAQ that are you don't have it. I've since heard there might have been 60,000 shares. I can't but anyway, 40, 60,000, it does not explain the tens of millions of shares that were sold that didn't exist. It's criminal. But anyway, I don't expect an IR type to have any clue. Just like Frank had no clue that if you change a QSIP, or maybe he did know. If he did know, that's a whole different kettle of fish. But he didn't know that if you change a QSIP or a name, that's going to do F-all to cause a squeeze. But anyway, you learn. Too bad you learn. Too bad when you're in a position of leadership, you learn on other people's money. Exactly. I don't mind this idea. There's a person, Augustine, who you would know, so I won't say the name. We've talked about setting up a lobbying firm, and obviously lobbying firms make money, or we could set up an association or a foundation. But believe it or not, even the nonprofit ones, there's money in it for the people that set it up. But I love that idea. I love that idea, and we're going to pursue it. So I think it's brilliant. Hey, kiddies. 1,500 more shares of GTII. That's great. You used to be able to see Physics 101 from MIT on YouTube. I'd love that. I would love it. It's two things about modern science and academia. People seem to all fit in with each other. They all reference each other's papers because they want to get PhDs. They don't want to stand out. And one of it's not really physics. I guess it's called cosmology, cosmosology. But the Catholic Church, which I guess that's my church, back when they jailed Copernicus, and then I forget the gentleman who put a telescope out. I think he was German. Anyway, he found something rotating. So, and I forget who came up with the Big Bang Theory, but the Catholic Church loved it. If you think about the Michelangelo ceiling where God touches the human and there's a spark, hey, there's your Big Bang. But the new telescope, is it called the Hubble or is it called, no, it's like EST or something. Anyway, they just put out this new telescope, which I think somehow uses the red area of the light spectrum. Anyway, they are able to see clearly into the beginnings of time. And they've actually found at least 7 galaxies that are fully formed and may predate the Big Bang. And our universe might be 24 billion years old instead of 13.4. So anyway, it's really shaking up the ideas that people have. I've always found this string theory, one, completely confusing, and two, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know about these multiverses either, but it's fascinating stuff. Barbara L. Still no CAUD in your accounts. Well, that's interesting. I got mine at E-Trade on Monday, but I've heard, Don, that oh God, I can't think of the name. There's a firm, you would know the name of it if I could just remember it. I can't. It's on the tip of my tongue. But anyway, there's 1.5 million or so shares still at the place which distributes them to the DTCC. I just can't remember the name of it. Anyway, there's 1.5 million shares apparently which have not been distributed yet. And it may be that the company's trying to force a buy-in of the shares which were not issued, the shares which were sold that didn't exist. I don't know. I can't explain it, but there are some that are still undelivered. So I don't know where your brokerage firm is. But if you bought the stock after, I think it was the 23rd of September, I don't think, or the 24th, I'm not sure that you would get any. Univest equals squeeze. Yep. AAP. Today, my Alley account converted GTI into real shares. Well, you don't know that. They converted your dividend into something that looks like real shares. We could say that. And acts like real shares. We could say that. But we don't know that they're real. Oh, and you also were at E-Trade and Fidelity, and they haven't. Well, E-Trade, as you know now, is Morgan Stanley. Fidelity is the firm who I believe last year, if we had just waited slightly longer, would have started buying in, because they were borrowing stock at 1,000%, and it could have triggered our short squeeze a year ago. But unfortunately, COSM came along and changed its name. What's Max Payne on the options today? Let's look. Well, it's 464. Yeah. I had to check. I'd say $4.50 is where they'll close it, 450. And Spiny, what they'll do maybe is close it at 455, so that people who have the 450s get exercised, and then they'll know that the system will liquidate those shares on Monday morning. So Max Payne, I'm going to give my projection $4.50, give or take. And then Monday morning, they may try to get it down to $4. That's my Max Payne prediction. If you want my propane prediction, or my simply Payne prediction, stay tuned. Isn't that something? 4.6 million. I know I'm behind, so let me just see what it is now. At 219. 4.87 million. 4.87 million. Yeah, I think it's a great press release. Star with long white hair. I'm going to go get a haircut. I'm going to go get a mohawk. November 17th is a big nothing burger. Well, if you've been watching me, I've always said it's probably a vegetarian burger with onions and garlic and truffle oil and all things bad in it. Is that right? Contango used to operate in Oklahoma. That was a great company. It still is, but it's changed its focus because Ken liked to take apart in wells offshore because those wells could just change the value of the company overnight. And he had a good team. He took his shots very, very judiciously, and they created a great company. Anyway, there are two kinds of people in this country: the doomed and the screwheads. You dig. One of the best books I ever read, just because it caught me totally by surprise. A good guy gave to me when I was in college. It was Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I said, I've got so much work to do. I don't have time to read it. But I read it because his brother is such a good friend of mine. I started, and once I read one chapter, I was hooked. No respect for human dignity. Are we going back to square one after the GTII ruling yesterday, 2 steps backwards? I don't know. Kathy, I think you're learning that the SEC, FINRA, NASDAQ, over-the-counter markets do not care that the markets in the United States are all fraud, and trillions of dollars are sold of stocks which do not exist. And then through machinations like reverse splits or seller boxing of stock price, the offshore criminals, who I think are tied with onshore pools of money from Leon Black to Leon Cooperman to Steve Fink to Leon Cooperman to Steve Cohen, whatever. I'm getting all the names wrong, but you get the point. These $1 trillion funds, and then their offshoots at an arm's length, the way they gin up their profits is by buying every house in your town and turning it into a rental. Oh no, they do that too, but they do this crap. So the regulatory system is in bed with the criminals. Gary Gensler helps the criminals steal from you, number one. Number two, you've got the legal system. And in the case of GTII, FINRA shut down Alpine, and the lawyers filed in Florida, then asked to have it moved to DC. And I think it was 3 things. One was that FINRA has no constitutional right to exist. 2, that FINRA doesn't have a right to force Alpine to be a member of FINRA. And 3, I can't remember that. I had it, but I lost it. It might be that FINRA doesn't have a right to regulate Alpine as a state, like the federal state, versus a state like Arizona as a supra organization, not a state organization. Blue sky laws. Anyway, so Kathy, once you get in with lawyers who want to beef up their payouts, and you get in with judges who move as slowly as the World Bank, you're talking time. When you go into the legal system, count on 2 years, and don't be surprised if it takes 8. So Kathy, that's what you're talking about. The third thing that I'm trying to do with Ham and others, is you try to hurt the prime brokers in their pocketbook. Education, pressure on everybody, large buying, special dividends, hiring attorneys in this context to file 52 John Does for data on spoofing. And on and on and on, Kathy. So there's 3 ways to move forward. Well, there's a fourth, the fundamental news on the company. So fundamental news could be Trento Mines. It could be something else. But we'll leave that alone right now. Secondly, you have the legal process. It hasn't been 2 years since that started. And I'm telling you, Kathy, when you get into the legal system, you get lawyers that file this, the other lawyers files against, the other lawyer files for dismissal, the previous lawyer says, Your Honor, your offer, and it just goes on and on and on. And then you have the regulatory system. And I'll leave it to you to judge what you can expect out of that. On the legal system with Alpine, I'm not a lawyer. I would guess we didn't take any steps backward. I'm going to guess it's just procedural crap that lawyers do. Eventually, Kathy, they're going to get to the end zone of these legal games, and FINRA is going to enforce its, for lack of a better word, delisting of Alpine. And Alpine is gone. But anyway, Kathy, you don't seem to have any better understanding of the law than I do. So we're both too I don't know what, we're both 2 people who don't speak French in the middle of the forest outside of Clair de Lune. Yeah, I think CAUD is it's 152 right now. I think it's a good buy, Mark, but I think they're going to try to get it to $1 or lower. So if you suddenly had some money, what do? Do you buy it here or you wait? I don't see anything that I'm aware of that on the horizon for CAUD that'll suddenly cause these criminals to panic that, oh, heck, we better get out of here. Remember, they're final strategy is just to walk away from these LLCs, stiff the prime broker, and then you as a taxpayer, if it's a big enough loss, you're going to have to pay it. On the other hand, Mark, on the other hand, this stock has come down from a high of 38.40 and basically the mid 20s under counterfeiting. And at some point, does it snap back? I think, let me list the negatives. I believe the criminals have complete control of the price right now because of the two hedge funds and whoever introduced them, whoever was friends with them at ASBA. That's one. Two, tax loss selling is coming up. And boy, here's a candidate. Three, I don't see any evidence that CAUD is doing anything about, going, we used to call it road shows. Essentially, they went public without a road show, without institutional support, without telling their story. So those are the negatives. Those are the negatives. But here are the positives. I think CAUD, they just took on a really impressive board member. She came on. I got to find it. I need a secretary. Elizabeth DeMars. She joined the board. Why would she join? Listen to her background. I mean, she's extraordinarily talented and experienced. She has experience in this space. We welcome Elizabeth's extensive executive and board experience at both private and public companies, said Brent Sun, CEO. Her more than a decade of experience as chief marketing officer at Bloomberg, as well as having served as president and CEO of The Street, makes Elizabeth a tremendous asset to our management team. No kidding. She has helped transform and grow several companies, including AppNexus, which was acquired by AT&T for $1.7 billion. Wow. She joins us at an opportune time as we pursue a number of prospective acquisitions, which has been the plan all along. We look forward to her guidance and insights as we take collective audience to the next level. DeMars commented, the digital advertising industry is primed for great change, and I see, this is a person with tremendous experience, and I see collective audience as well positioned to disrupt the market with its digital advertising platform. That's that AI platform, which is DataLogic. And it's what everyone wants to join that already rolled up. Their platform uniquely eliminates inefficiencies from the digital ad buyer and seller process. Now, I'm paraphrasing slightly. Now that CAUD is a NASDAQ company, the company can leverage this stronger position to pursue strategic, accretive acquisitions. Now, remember, the criminals want to destroy the stock price so they could go out and buy the Garden of Eden, and the stock price would go down because they flooded the market. The denominator, once the company seeks financing, is going to explode. But guess what, Mark? Well, I don't know what Elizabeth, I don't know what her understanding is, but I know Brent understands full well not to take any deal. I mean, they tried it. They did it with the Neo. They did it under when it was Wayland. They did it with the Neo exchange. They did it with Ionic. And now they did it with these two hedge funds, friends of somebody at ASPA. Well, I don't know. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. We're not going to get fooled again. Well, they're not going to do it again. And there are deep-pocketed investors already in CAUD willing to put up money, plain vanilla, to bridge the gap between now and when these, listen, it's right here. She joins us at an opportune time as we pursue a number of prospective acquisitions. These acquisitions are going to have revenue, profits, cash, and teams and technology and customers. Okay, here's her bio. For more than 35 years, DeMars has served on the board and in executive positions on several digital media and technology companies. She previously served as president, CEO, and chairman of the board of The Street, where she notably diversified the company from a business to customer ad-supported retail stock picking business into a global business to business merger and acquisition, data and news organization. The Street, founded by Martin Peretz and Jim Cramer in 1996, distinguished itself from other financial media companies with its journalistic excellence. Unbiased approach and interactive multimedia coverage of the financial markets, economy, industry trends, investment, and financial planning. Well, anyway, I don't know when she joined or how long, but she was president, CEO, and chairman of the board. Earlier, DeMars was CEO and president of creditcards.com, which she created by consolidating numerous assets around the world and eventually selling the company to Bankrate in 2010 for $145 million. DeMars also transformed iLife.com into Bankrate, engineering the turnaround of the company, driving exponential growth, and creating $450 million in shareholder value. She spent a decade as chief marketing officer for Bloomberg, working directly for the founder, Michael Bloomberg, and was instrumental in the formation of several media properties. That's one impressive new board member to CAUD. We already talked about the fact that they have Peter Board. Now remember, Logic got Peter Boards. Logic is just a shell company now. So all of this talent resides with Data Logic, which is now CAUD. So anyway, here's the Peter Boards bio. For more than 30 years, Boards has been an entrepreneur, CEO, board member, and venture investor focused on disruptive, there's that word again, disruptive innovation in artificial intelligence. That's the Data Logic platform. Big data, Data Logic platform. Fintech, Data Logic platform. Cybersecurity, maybe. Digital media and advertising, Data Logic platform. And blockchain technology. He is the founder and managing director of Trajectory Ventures, a venture capital platform with investments in over 100 tech innovators and collective of operators, founders, and entrepreneurs. It should say maybe, and it is a collective of operators, founders, and entrepreneurs focused on advancing technology and industry innovation, as well as Trajectory Capital, a later stage investing platform and private equity fund. Through Trajectory Ventures, Boards has led investments in multiple disruptive companies, including Triple Lift, a global ad tech platform, Data Logic, Think Real Time, acquired by Dealer.com, which was I guess it's that one, the first machine learning RTB platform for performance advertising, Data Logic, and Local Mind, acquired by Airbnb, a location-based information platform providing real-time answers for destination-related queries. He is co-founder and managing partner of TrueVest, a next-generation impact real estate investment development and technology company. He also serves as CEO and is on the board of Trajectory Alpha Acquisition, an NYSE company, a SPAC focused on high-growth innovative technology. As an active angel investor and entrepreneur mentor, Boards has been ranked among the top 100 most influential angel investors in the United States and on social media. He currently serves as vice chairman of osearch.org, a nonprofit world leader in scientific data related to tracking and biological studies of keystone marine species such as the great white shark. He is also chairman of Hoobi. Hoobi, you think you're doing. Hoobi, HOO.be, a leading platform for the creator economy. He's also on the board of GoLogic, by the way, Beasley Broadcast Group, QBN, and Fraud.net, Beeline, Fernhill Main Block, and Media Gel. So you got Peter Boards on the board. You've got, sorry, let me tip this up, Elizabeth DeMars on the board. You got Brent Sun on the board, and I think one or two others. So I think CAUD has the vision, the brain power, the experience. These are high-powered people. And guess what, Mark? Brent's son introduced Univest to finger motion. And Univest is the mongoose to the Cobra short sellers. So Muhammad had an orange cat, a male cat. He loved that cat. But desert cats can also kill snakes with one swat of their paw. Anyway, I think Univest at some point could, I'm speculating, I have no knowledge, but I think they could come in and help CAUD. I certainly think they might be there for Go Logic, which is a Southeast Asian focus. So yes, I think it's a good price to buy CAUD. It was $38. It was $25. It was $20. Will it go back up there? Sure, if there's a short squeeze. But I think more realistically, you're looking at $10 to $15. That could happen in the short term. What do I mean by short term? 2 weeks, 2 months, 90 days. 2 years, I think you could have a $50 stock. So at $1.58, what's your risk? Zero. It could go to $1. It could go to zero. You lose $1.58. I do not think it's going anywhere near that. But that's your risk. What's your reward? Well, let's leave 38 off the table. Let's leave 25 off the table. Your reward is somewhere, in my opinion, between $7.50 and $20. I would say $7.50 is I would give it a 90% chance of happening in the relatively near term. Does it happen between now and the end of the year? I don't know, because of tax loss selling and the criminals are in charge. But it could. I just read you the Brain Trust and I've told you their business model. So that could, all they have to do, and I have no awareness if they're going to do this, just get out and tell their story, have a PowerPoint presentation, raise a little bit of money so they bring in the 3 or 4 acquisitions they had primed to bring in, grow their revenue from the 70 million annualized on an annualized basis they were projected to leave this year with. I think that's on delay, but maybe grow revenues to 150, 250 million, be profitable, show the street, go on a roadshow, show, and they have all the contacts to do this. And you're gonna see a much higher price. So risk reward, you lose $1.58 if it goes to zero. Reward, let's call it $15.80. So you risk, well, I guess technically you risk all your money, but the point is you risk a small 1.5 points to maybe make 15 points, 14 points on the upside. And sell, you can hold it if you do. I think that's a good strategy based on what the news, depending on what the news says. Maybe you get out at 25 or 30 or 40. Remember, Brent's son just owns a lot and he can't sell. Or you do it as a trade. If something were to happen next week or the following week and your $1.58 went to $5, who could blame you? Hey, Key. Hey, US 1 Tahoe. Thank you. I'm feeling better. Although I'm starting to question my sanity. I can't remember the words to Vincent and his sanity. He's visiting one of the largest shareholders. He's out of town. He's visiting one of the largest shareholders in Finger, maybe GTII, who he's going to have dinner with tonight. So I doubt he's coming on. It's 2:49. I'm going to get to the bottom of this and then go watch tennis. So you're not going to have me to kick around very much longer because I know I'm not as popular as the hamster. Chuck Donal, I refuse to take that kind of comment without pointing out that GTII issued a warrant as a special dividend, which caused the stock to run up. You could also argue that a lot of buyers came into the stock the month before, but such that Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow stock and was scrambling in the face of a crisis in their back office caused by that special dividend. Wells Fargo took away the buy button. All the other brokers were slow walking. And in came Frank Benedetto, Lou Bravo, and whatever the chairman's name of the company, COSM. Oh, we've got 2,000% short. Oh, we're going to go to the moon. Oh, you got to get in. We're changing our name. We're changing our CUSIP number. That'll do it. And we're going on upstream. And the CEO's on your side. He's not going to do a reverse split. He's not going to do a deal with the shorts. Well, you can determine how that all worked out. But Chuck Donal, maybe you didn't, but a huge part of the investors in GTII sold, driving the price down, giving the shorts a reprieve, and taking the pressure off of Fidelity, taking the squeeze off. So you can say they don't work. It was working, in my judgment. I mean, you could look at the same information and see it a different way. It's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. And the Greek took 35 million out of the market for COSM. Who knows how many accounts he had offshore. And so he set up, all his company was, we got a contract here and a contract there and a contract, EIEIO contracts. But all of a sudden, he has some money. So the Kramers and their clients were down $1 billion, 1 billion with a B. You don't think in a world where there's $1 billion being lost that there isn't some backsheesh to spread around to pop the bubble on a squeeze? I think so. So, Chuck, you can say in sarcasm that they work great, and you might be right. Who knows? We can't prove that it finished them off. I just have my view. You might have a different view. But what would you prefer, that they don't try anything? GTII could have settled up with the Kramers 2 years ago when Charlie Boy called in. GTII has been offered deals over the years from the pretenders and the shorts. If GTII were looking only out for themselves, they would have taken the deals just like the Greek did. The company would have money. The CEO would have enough money to live out life. The shareholders would be crammed down to a de minimis ownership of the overall company. So, Chuck, what special dividends are trying to do, if there's 400 million counterfeit shares, no one knows for sure, out there, you don't have to believe it. You know that Gary Gensler doesn't give one whit about it. FINRA doesn't care. OTC Markets doesn't care. NASDAQ doesn't care. Your prime broker, your broker dealers, prime brokers, market makers, Congress, journalists, Senate, president. Nobody cares. But it's against the law. So what are special dividends an attempt to do? To cause a reckoning. You put up cash, Chuck Denal, at settlement. What's in your account? I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. I don't know. Maybe they never work. And I guess GTI, I should just stop doing them. Just stop fighting. Let's just take it, roll over, and enjoy it. Well, it's Benziga, not bending. The gout is much better. I couldn't hold. I don't know anything really. Couldn't hold a tennis racket, a baseball bat, or a leash on a bull mastiff. But it's it's getting better. Still a little bit. I want to do that apple cider vinegar with half lemon. I'm going to do that. I am going to do that. Yeah, Benzinga. Hi. You do when and then you won't. Oh, baby. Hey, Girth Mike. I'm going to go down this quickly. I want to watch this almost meaningless tennis match. Yesterday, Yannick Sinner was already through to the semifinals, but he was playing Holger Rune. Djokovic had beaten Holger Rune in the round robins, 3-set. And Yannick Sinner had beaten Djokovic in 3 sets. Yannick and Olga Rune had each had a easy peasy time with Tsitsipas, and then Tsitsipas withdrew. So Djokovic had to play Hurkacz, who's up and coming and has a serve. Hurkacz has over 1,000 aces this year. So Djokovic didn't get to play Mr. Easy Peasy. He had to play Hurkacz. If Djokovic had won in 2 sets, he'd be in then. But he didn't. He won in 3 sets. So if Sinner had decided when he was playing Rune last afternoon, yesterday, to just give up, Djokovic wouldn't have made it. But Sinner, to his great credit, played 3 sets against Rune and won. And now Djokovic is through. So in the green group, it's Sinner, Djokovic, 1-2. Medvedev played Alcaraz this morning. Alcaraz lost to Zverev the first time out in the round robin. Medvedev had won his first 2, and then Rublev had lost his first 2. And then I'm leaving out, and then there's Alcaraz. Alcaraz was 1-1. So this morning, Medvedev lost to Alcaraz in 2 sets. So in the red group, Medvedev is through, and so is Alcaraz. Alcaraz is number 1. Medvedev is number 2. But right now, they're going to have Zverev play Rublev. I want to watch it. Neither one of them can get into the semifinals, but it can affect who's number one and who's number two, I believe. I believe it can. But maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, they're going to have that match. I want to watch it. Tomorrow in the morning, it's going to be Sinner against Medvedev. And then at 3:00, it'll be the Joker against Carlos Alcaraz, which could be a banger of a match. Contango was hey, Tony Sarah, Sarah. I like your hat. It looks good. Contango is a situation which occurs in the futures market when the futures price of the commodity is higher than the spot. It's contango is a futures market. Okay, gotcha. What's the other? I guess there's not a name for the other situation. Oh, here, more from Tony Sarah. In the context of oil futures, contango means that the futures contracts for oil delivery in the future are priced higher than the current spot price of oil. Perfecto. Perfecto. Thank you very much. Request for removal of transfer restriction legends. Yeah, you got to get the legend off. Or you do have a right to be annoyed. You do have a right to be annoyed. I have exercised my right to be annoyed annoyingly often. Doesn't cost you anything. Just fill out the form. See, that's why I don't think you have to pay for this. Spiny. My back office, we used to use that excuse. Now everything's instantaneous, but if I had an annoying customer calling me, I could say, hey, I sent it to New York, because we would overnight things to New York. I'm waiting for the answer. It could take a couple of days. And then we got fax machines. Oh my gosh. That was the advance. And then came computers. The annoying client could call you every 10 or 15 minutes. I would love that, August. I must be way behind. I got to catch up. I got into, ocean sailing. I got my shares. I could have sold them Monday and I could buy a double position. I didn't. I held on because it went from like 380 down to 3. So I should have sold, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. It is barcoding. It is frustrating to continually have to average down. On the other hand, they give you that opportunity. I think in the case of CAUD, I don't know who else is in the management team. I can't speak for DeMars. I can't speak for the rest. But Brent Sun, he's on the warpath against these shorts. And it was not his decision to take this deal. That was ASPA. So I think 227 is going to look cheap. But it doesn't help while it's down, I know. Hey, Moody Waters, I got to go through these. I was at TDA. Yeah. See, apparently, Lou, TD Ameritrade has decided, in my judgment, to commit securities fraud to help out the shorts. We'll just give them an electronic entry toilet paper, IOU. But maybe Schwab is not willing to do that. So that's, Chuck Donald says that special dividends don't work. Well, I wonder. Seems to be working. Maybe it won't work in the stock price. I don't know. But what it's working is it's forcing the broker dealers to decide, are we going to go along with breaking? All right, you guys get lucky. Hello? Yeah. Where are you? Well, I was going to hang up shortly, but I'm still live. If you want to talk, you don't have to, though. All right. You guys get lucky. All right. The voice.
Yep. All right. So I got up. I had to fly to Miami to meet the biggest holder in GTII and Finger Motion, and I'm going to meet him tomorrow. And if I can persuade him, he wants to buy a lot more shares. So I came down to see him in person, and that's why I'm here. I had no idea what the company news was, and we saw that Mark Bazile is going after Benzinga, which is pretty massive. I think Jason at Benzinga, Jason Resnick, will definitely give up the name of the person that put that fake report up there. It's just amazing how these guys play the game and have no fear. Pete from Philly, Pedro from Philly's always said that. Williams always brings it to my attention. They play with no fear.
Yeah.
I can't read you what was sent to me from the big the people that guard the president agency. But they
Secret Service.
I don't want to say the name all the time. I don't like to say it. Can we give him a name? I don't know. I like to use a different name instead of
Buckingham Palace.
Of all the names, that's the name you give it. Anyway, they have a forensic auditor that tracks money all over the world getting on this case, and they're figuring out jurisdiction on how they can move into this. What's their jurisdiction? So we have movement on the S. I don't want to say the SS because it sounds like the Nazi party, the SS.
I know.
I'll just say the Secret Service. What am I going to say?
All right, you can say the Treasury Department. It's
the Treasury Department. That's a good one. So they love the angle of the no taxes. They figured that out. I broke it down as much as I can. I have so much more and the second level, but I wanted to do that face to face because it's deadly, spot on finger motion. And I will also show them the information on GTII, but the first one I'm going to slaughter is going to be finger motion and have these guys arrested. Whoever the money trail is going to, that's who we're going to track down and have them arrested. All right, I've done enough to show the crime. Now they're trying to figure out the best way they get their foot in here, because I told you many years ago, I went to the New York City Attorney General Morgenthal's office, and he was not allowed to get involved in a case like this. So he had a pass on it. So, I mean, these law enforcement people, I guess they're stepping on each other's toes is more important than solving the crime. I think counterfeiting is what's opened up the door for us. So kind of sticking with that. But again, I said something was coming by the 17th. I don't know what it was. I've been flying and just getting.
Are you there?
So
there you go.
Say it again.
You just went in and out, but you're back.
I'm driving the car. I don't know where I'm driving. I don't know where I'm going. So I said I'll be at my destination.
Are you near Fisher Island?
No, I'm not. I'm not there yet. Down that far yet. I'm going to be near the restaurant Carbone in Miami Beach. So
before I forget it, since you're off and running, one guy put up, I love it. No good news goes unpunished.
Oh,
love
no
it.
good news goes unpunished.
No.
I said that this morning.
Oh, you said it? I think it's clever.
No, I didn't say that. I said, no matter what the news is, you're suing people for fraud, short, exposing them. Let me sell it down 10 cents. Hurry up. Let me mark it down. They can't have it momentum. They can't let it lift. They let it lift and they die. They know it. We all know it. So I'm a believer in just accumulation. They'll choke eventually. Again, I'm sorry about the options. I know two big guys who have a ton of options, and they understand the risk reward in these things, the manipulation, and, it's just the way it goes. I don't understand how, this is a good point. In speaking with law enforcement, their question was, what is it that they target some companies versus others? And I told them.
I think it's the convertible note allows them to check a box before.
That's exactly why they go around companies that got introduced or whatever. I'll give you an example. Last night I went to dinner with a good friend, and he's an IR guy, and he represents WRAP, RAP. And I looked at it, had options. I asked him if there's shorts in it. I asked him all the questions. And basically, he said no. He says very little. And I couldn't understand why. And there's no debentures. And that's the answer. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's the answer. That's what happens. So debentures obviously are as soon as you reach out that you need somebody, you need money, then the criminals come. That's just how it goes. There's nothing I could say. That's what it is. So again, the reason they use the debenture allows them to short a ton of stock, and they believe that they're hedged because they have that debenture. The Kramers, Lynn Partners, they lost their debentures. Even like with Frank the Benedetto stock, that ASRE, they had a debenture. The debenture was removed, and he trapped the Kramers in that name. When did they fold? When does this happen? Once someone gets arrested and served, it's all over with. So we're doing our best to get someone arrested and served. All right. So again, we have educated the right people in law enforcement, and the shit's going to hit the fan when it comes. That's all I can say about that. All right. So anyway, listen, I'm at my destination. I'll touch base with everyone over the weekend with William when I meet the big holder. But again, this is a gentleman that he called me to come, and I had to go. So
Kaiser Sose.
I
That's
didn't even know
my
today
name.
was the 17th. I didn't know the date. I apologize, but again, I'm here. I will touch base with you, William, when I speak with him. If I hear anything else, I'll get back to you. All right, everyone.
All right, you're the best. Thanks, Han. Have fun.
Thank you.
KYP's flying down.
Call ended.
All right, so 313 CAUD $1.49. Finger 460. MMAT was green 926. I didn't hear what he said Frank's stock was. AE. Anyway, he sounded positive on that one. GTII 55 cents. All right, let's wow. Zverev. Tough. All right. Yeah, Steve, I bought calls too, and they're when will I learn? When will we ever learn? How can we put money into stocks with people hurting right now, especially senior citizens, the Great Depression? You don't have to put any money in stocks. Zero. You'd put zero in. I'm not asking you to put money in anything. But if you are buying stocks, we're talking about different stocks. But you don't have to. It's all fraud. Jason, if you feel that way, which I don't blame you at all, I think one thing will sound counterintuitive. You can buy treasury bills directly from the United States Treasury right now and get basically 5%. And for people who see currency as safe, that might be the way to go. But there's some risk in the value, the purchasing power of the dollar. So I'd say physical silver. It's the least expensive way to expose yourself potentially over time to a massive upside, or at least protect your account's value. The problem with silver is it's more manipulated than an over-the-counter stock. Wow, Zverev is good. Rublev is good. Okay. Hey, Donna. I don't know if there's going to be a ham call, but we just got lucky. Did we learn from Ronald Reagan in the 80s, the recession 82 and 83? We don't remember Reagan epigenomics. Well, I remember it. Interest rates were high. Real estate was in a recession. Bonds were in the toilet. The stock market had just crossed 1,000. And it was really Paul Volcker who raised interest rates. And in fairness, Paul Volcker was appointed by Jimmy Carter to get inflation under control. Gerald Ford, who was president before Jimmy Carter, his policy, he put out stickers that you could wear on your lapel. WIN, whip inflation now. That was his strategy. Richard Milhouse Nixon, who resigned office, Nixon put in wage and price control, a Republican, wage and price controls, and got on TV and gave one of the most depressing speeches about it. But everyone remembers what they call the malaise speech for Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter appointed Chairman Paul Volcker. And it was Paul Volcker who decided to raise rates, show the bond market and the equity markets that he intended, in the United States intended, to bring inflation under control, and it worked. Reagan came in as a fiscal conservative, and I believe when he came in, the budget deficit, it's not possible that all the debt, it might be that all the debt in the United States was $1 billion. I'm going to have to look it up. By the time he left, it had skyrocketed. He had increased the debt more than any precedent in history. So Ronald Reagan gets credit for being fiscally conservative, but he spent money like a drunken sailor. He had a tax cut. He limited regulations. He said, "Oh, there you go again." But it really was, in my judgment, on the monetary side of the argument, Jimmy Carter's appointment of Paul Volcker, which turned our country around. But you're right, Jason. 82 and 83 were the negative effects of Paul Volcker's medicine. And we can't do anything. We're trying. God, I'm way behind. All right, 40-30, Rublev wins. They're on serve. I don't happen to agree with you. I think the Catholic Church is worldwide. I think the Vatican might have some money, but Jason Bender, the Catholic Church in Boston, San Francisco, maybe Philadelphia, they're not rich. They're not rich. So anyway. Kepler, that's it. God, I'm Kepler. I'm way behind. James Webb. Yes, James Webb. That's it. James Webb. God, I'm so far behind. Well, I don't know how many computer analysts we need. Lawyers, I'm not sure we need many more. At the risk of saying something inappropriate, women in general, not specifically, in general, choose the safer path, the more predictable path. And it doesn't surprise me she would want to be a lawyer, or at least what appears to be safer. Men are yes, not illegal advice. Men are a little bit, in general, more risk taking, and I think women are probably taking the right choice. I always found string theory to be a confusing yarn, meant only for kittens and seamstresses. He could meet with the Pope. I think you do have to lose hope in the market until they decide, they being, look, under Bill Clinton, he pushed forward this notion that you could have, who I think will go down in history as our worst president. I used to think the exact opposite. I thought it would be Ronald Reagan. But anyway, Bill Clinton got through this idea that the banks could regulate themselves. So we all accept as a truth, because I'm only going to tell you this once. I did not have sex with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. And for some reason, because he's a great salesman, we bought it. We're paying the price now. Until they start enforcing the rules, lose hope, all ye who enter. What do I think of NBH producing? Thank you, Punchatree. I don't know anything about NAC. I might know something about NAC. I just don't recognize the symbol. I'm going to try to get more information, but I have shares. I have shares in Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. I like it very much, and I think it's valuable. It's not risk-free. Wow, they're having a hell of a match. It's not risk-free, but it looks like a new field discovery. They've expanded the proven part of their reserves. They've acquired 100% of the leases, up from, I don't know, 75, I don't remember. And I think they're on the verge of going to have a lot of money when this settlement comes, if they do it the way I've talked about for a year. And I think it's going to be a tremendous company, tremendous company. And I think oil's the place to be. Oil and natural gas, resources, commodities. Punch a tree, 40 years of financial assets, Goldilocks period. It's over. The future is commodities, doing what you know, income streams, and making sure you live where you want to live, where you want to be, and around whom you want to be. All right, so Zverev is serving, and he is on fire. Dun, dun, dun. It's Rublev 4, Zverev 3, on serve, add in, and we'll see what happens. I know they make eyeglasses. It doesn't matter. I need to get my cataracts removed here. I can't see damn thing. Whether I have glasses on, whether Raquel Welch were standing in front of me, I couldn't see if she were 80 years old or 21. Zverev, add in. Second serve. Backhand to backhand. And Rublev, cross-court backhand. Magnificato. A mullet. Maybe I meant mullet, Nikim. God, I'm so far behind. I'm so far behind. James Webb, you guys. I based my practice following the principles of Hunter S. Thompson. I pulled my car over, went around, spun around in a cloud of dust, and the cop came up to me, and I thought I was fine. Then I looked down and I had a can of unopened beer in my right hand. Wow. Zverev is amazing. God, I'm way behind. String theory and yarn. See, you have to get his jokes. Not legal advice is not funny. So when you read his jokes, sometimes they read like he's being serious. You have to learn what's a joke and what is serious. God, I'm so far behind. Why do we get excited when these companies hire Wes? Wes gets paid and we wait. Look, there's Zenben, fingers up from like $1.40. Now it's $4.40. This is a normal run. It runs to 8, pulls back. But the fraud, I don't know, Zenben. I think as an investor, you should invest in your own skills, invest in something you know, whether it's real estate or apple orchards or you know, tugboats on the Mississippi. Invest in what you know. But if you decide to put in money in the stock market, it's all fraud. So Zenben, you can fight back on the fraud through the legal system, public pressure with Congress and journalists. The companies can fight by doing various things like special dividends. And you can try like heck to have a miracle in your fundamentals that destroys the shorts. And then the regulators. I don't know what's going to work. The problem with fundamentals, as MULN is learning and MMAT is learning, is it doesn't matter how big the news is. Once they have control of it, if you need money, they've just they've destroyed the price, flooded the market with counterfeit shares. When you go into Gary Gensler's deepest capital markets in the world, they find out there's no money out there except from the Cheshire smiles on the face of Jeff Easton and Sam Chung at Lynn Partners or other similar organizations. And then they're glad to give money at a penny, destroys the per share value of any fundamental story. Who would, it's a nightmare. So Zenben, I think you shouldn't invest. Just get out of the stock market. Whether FINRA can, this is from Not Legal Advice, whether FINRA can regulate Alpine is being litigated in the Court of Appeals. The ruling will come in the first half of 2024. Absolutely unbelievable. It seems like the whole system is on the side of the criminals. But anyway, it will come to an end. They get a ruling in the first half of 2024. I suppose if it goes against them, they'll go to the Supreme Court. You can't charge unless you produce something as a rule in litigation. I see what you're saying. You can't make a charge. I say what I see, but I can't prove it. I can't produce it. So what Not Legal Advice, I think, is saying, I'm going to relate it to Finger, by doing special distributions like dividends, like the restricted shares, and hiring Wes Christian, who then is in the process with Share and Tell of trying to get that data. Maybe they can get the data on how the various banks treat this special dividend, and maybe there's something then that Wes Christian can produce in court, and then Wes Christian can make a charge of failing to follow the rules. That's the legal process. But remember, guys, there is a massive set of laws, 1933, 1934, which Gary Gensler, the head of the SEC, refuses to enforce. In other words, it shouldn't have to go through the legal system. But he's such a pussycat that he doesn't want to offend Goldman Sachs. He wants to be the Secretary of the Treasury or on the board of Goldman Sachs. Bill Clinton got rid of the Glass-Steagall Act. Bill Clinton made sure that commodities and futures are nearly unregulated. All the quadrillion of derivatives unregulated. That was the Graham-Bliley-Leach Act that he put into place. Bill Clinton in general was a bad newsnik. Thank you, Mark. Say hi to Celeste. And I don't even know her favorite subject, but I hope she loves going to school. Not legal advice. Once you get his sense of humor, you see how hard he tries, and he's using his very active brain and his intelligence to come up with bon mots like this. Some of the shorts have sold everything and are now naked. Do you know that Winston Churchill used to bathe nude in the sea? He used to apparently waddle around his staff completely nude. 4-4. Rublev serving, and it's out to Zverev. Ocean sailing. See you later. I'm sorry I missed you. Look out for the rocks. Or look out for the lighthouse. Ham, if you send Ham or copy Ham on your Twitters, he forwards the good ones to Wes. He doesn't forward them all. Hey, Sideshow Bob. Zverev is in charge, and he breaks. Zverev breaks Rublev. This is not good for the bear, the Medvedevser. I don't think it is. That means he's going to be number 2. It doesn't really matter, because as number 2 on the red side, the bear gets to play the center, who I think he'd rather play than the Joker. Chuck off. Yeah, the finger announcement turned out to be a rumor. How much wood does a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck were to... How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck did chuck wood? That's your opinion. That is your opinion. I've expressed mine, and I don't feel like expressing it again. But I have to I always have to take the heat. Why is nothing happening? I don't want to express it anymore. We are where we are. It's America, and every morning we have to accept the past is past. What are we going to do today that's going to make it better? Today our best, tomorrow better. How do I get gout in my hand? Well, it normally happens in people's feet, but I'm one of those lucky souls that get it in my hands, my knees, my elbows, my sternum, is that what that's called? I've gotten it everywhere. It's crystallized uric acid, and if you think about it, when it's dissolved in your bloodstream, it's flowing. But when uric acid, but when it crystallizes, it settles out. And the most likely place to settle out is in your extremities, your knuckles, your toes. All right, that's enough on that awful thing. Yeah, there's excellent fundamentals in finger, and I think you just have to buy the stock. I think options are a risk reward play, and ironically, as I read the board now, it sounds like most people are pissed off, upset. Boom. That's probably the best time to buy options if you're so declined, because the premium is an itsy witsy teeny bikini. Back when everyone's all joining in, the premium is so expensive to get involved. But I would just suggest at 450 that the stock is so cheap, it's probably better just own the stock. As any stock, they can drive it down. It's all fraud, but at least it doesn't expire, you know? I didn't see that. Finger right now is 455. We've got 15 minutes to go. 277,000 in volume. I'd love to hear this. Can't hear it. Unfortunately, oh, I see. Unmute. I'll put it on low so it doesn't bother you. Zverev is serving to win the first set, 5-4. Yeah. Anyway, poor Rublev. That'll mean he doesn't win a thing, doesn't get any points. I like Rublev. He's a bit of a hothead, redhead. I like Zverev. Anyway, fingers 453 to 455. Somebody's selling 9,600 shares. For real? That's an example of a spoof. 277,000 shares. So I didn't see that, but that's the quote. They are breaking the law. They are breaking the law. I haven't played Mario Tennis, no. I used to play, I busted one of my fingers at an old machine, but I used to play I can't remember, whatever that golf game was. I got okay at it, but I never got as good at that as I got at can't remember it. Maybe it was Space Invaders. Space Invaders. Yeah, Space Invaders. I was good at Space Invaders. Does my opinion still stand? I don't know, David. You just came in. That GTI is the best squeeze potential. I don't remember the last time I don't remember any single time I said that, but I did. It's it's on tape. You can go look it up. But no, I think Finger is in a much better position for a squeeze than GTII. but I believe that when Finger goes, GTII has a shot at going. Problem is, if you have $5,000, you can buy 1,000 shares of Finger. If you have $5,000, you can buy 10,000 shares of GTII. So if they both do the same thing, obviously you're going to make more money in GTII. But this is ongoing. The criminals have but one strategy: keep selling. Gary Gensler doesn't care if we sell, if we break securities laws, if we sell, fail to locate, fail to deliver, fail to settle shares. He doesn't care if we move it around in LLC after LLC. He doesn't care if we destroy company after company. To Gary Gensler, it is obvious that hundreds, if not thousands of CEOs all have bad ideas. They all have the laziest do-nothing workers in the world. They all have technologies that are worthless. They all have patents which should be worthless. They all don't know what they're doing on Wall Street. Gary Gensler doesn't care, David. So the criminals continue to sell trillions of dollars of stock that don't exist. Is GTII the best short squeeze out there? If you believe Ham's reckoning that there are 400 million shares of non-existent GTII stock stuffed in the system, that's a pretty damn good short squeeze candidate. On the other hand, if you don't believe that, it's not. Finger Motion, when I was first exposed to it, had 6 million shares short. 6 million. 6 with an M. Tom Ronk and Ham both have numbers from 150, 200 million or more. Now, there's people out there who say it's so normal. One guy believes what's happening to CAUD is explainable. Well, David, I think Finger has been telling you for 6 months, somebody has been buying that stock. It's not us. We're not the ones changing the price of the stock. The criminals keep selling into buying. They sell when it's 50 cents, $1, $2, $4, $5, $8. It rolls over. They keep selling on the way down. The criminals have one strategy: keep selling. Gary Gensler doesn't enforce securities laws. I sat behind him in front of Congress when he told the chairman and he of the committee, he as chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, which is there to enforce securities laws, he told the chairman, we'll do what the courts tell us to do. So I don't see anything that's going to squeeze GTII from a regulatory standpoint. I think the Alpine situation could do it, but it sounds like it's 6 months off. The only thing that's going to make GTII squeeze is more buyers. I don't see more buyers coming in, David, until Finger squeezes and turns the whales into dinosaurs, turns the whales into Godzillas. Then they will take their enormous profits, and where are they going to go? I think they're going to go to GTII. Well, look, Luke Rosso, do you want me to talk about Cox or about, that's the only other name I remember. I don't remember his first name. Would that be helpful, Lou? Would it be helpful to talk live when the SEC apparently monitors this station? to talk about SEC chairmen who no longer are there? There's one chairman, Lou, who could change this by enforcing one rule with one hedge fund, with one prime broker. Just do it. Make a referral to the DOJ for jail time, and it's all over. So, Lou, I choose to focus on Gary Gensler. I don't know that it's true that every single SEC chairman hasn't wanted to change this, but I do know the banks control both the government and the regulators. I think under George W. Bush, whoever that was then, I can see a picture of him in my head. I think he was put in to protect George W. Bush from the investigation into Harkin Energy and into our Busto. And that got buried. So I agree with you. I will go further. If you replace Gary Gensler, nothing's going to change. If you put Virginia Countrywide in, nothing's going to change. You've got to stop the revolving door at the SEC. Lawyers go to undergrad and law school, and then they go to the SEC as sort of like a supra graduate school, and then they go get a job at a law firm or on Wall Street. That has to stop. Full stop. Full stop. The SEC has to be a government organization, not a self-regulatory organization. If the SEC is controlled by Goldman Sachs as it is, it will not matter who is the chairwoman of it. It won't matter. But thanks, Lou, for pointing out that Gary Gensler is let off the hook because all the other SEC chairmen didn't do nothing no-how. Thank you for pointing that out. You know what? After your point, I'm going to let Gary Gensler off the hook. What a good man. He's just providing for his family. I'll let him. It's a great point. I'll let him off the hook. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. There was a purely saccharine movie out with Doris Day, and she would sing that to her children, and then her child gets kidnapped, and then the child would sing it, and Doris Day heard it. Ugh. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. Hey, Jenny L., I'm glad you're well. I hope you're well. I think XRP would make a fine license plate. Eventually, there's going to be an alternative to the US dollar. In Australia, Macquarie Bank has already told its customers that they are going to cease accepting cash or any transactions other than through the ATMs or in digital currency by November of next year. So it's coming. I don't know enough about XRP in terms of anything to give you a clear story. Lou Bravo is recommending it. I'd listen to him. I think he's right in his recommendation on XRP. But if you want moment by moment calls, I would listen to Lou. I will get back up to speed on XR on crypto, but I'm not going to probably do it before the end of the year. Will the oil be priced in something other than the dollar? Remember, it was Bill Clinton who allowed China to enter the World Trade Organization as a third world country. Bill Clinton. It was Bill Clinton who got NAFTA approved. The Republicans couldn't do it before Bill Clinton. And now we're facing a massive competitor. I think we should be friends with them. But China has just entered into agreements with Brazil, who apparently has cracked the nut of the subsalt oil they have. They're no longer going to do trade in the dollar. It's going to come. But I'm not sure that we're going to let the dollar, let oil be priced in anything else than the dollar until we war. We're not going to jaw. We're going to war. And I'd be surprised if any ruler who changes the price of oil and threatens the stature of the dollar is going to be particularly safe in power at least one more time. As long as we have 11 aircraft carriers, we use 7 of them, and the Soviets don't send one of their hypersonic missiles and take it out, we're going to look to the world like we can forward present our military power. But we're taking huge risks, and I think at some time the dollar does go down, and XRP might be a place to be. But I really recommend you listen, and I say it with complete recommendation. I think you should listen to Lou Bravo on it. I think he's been a visionary. I've liked it for years. I've studied it, but I've also liked, there's another one which I find even better, and I want to say it's XMA. I got to look it up. It's on the Ethernet, but it's about putting financial documents like derivatives on blockchain. I like that one, and I like anything DeFi. Update on the lawsuit with GTII. There's no lawsuit against GTII. And GTII is not involved in a lawsuit. So there's no lawsuit with GTII that I'm aware of. But I think you're referring to the Alpine lawsuit. And John Hurry at Alpine sued FINRA on, I think, at least 3 issues. The right of FINRA to regulate Alpine, the right of FINRA to make Alpine join the FINRA community, and I think even the right of FINRA to exist. And I think that's the 3 preposterous areas that John Hurry sued. But it's working, and it's delaying everything, and that's giving the criminals time to move the loot, hide the stash, get offshore, put assets in their wives' names, loot some more, because Gensler's not watching. He's not the cop on the beat. He's the cop asleep. Oh, I'm not going to pick on them anymore. The last 20 years, SEC chairmen have done nothing. Okay. Hey, Gary, you're off the hook. You're doing as good a job as the ones that did anything the last 20 years. Sorry. So I don't know how to describe what goes on. Anyway, the lawsuit apparently, Vince, is in the court. I just read it from Not Legal Advice, is in the Court of Appeals. The lower judge said, hey, this case might have merit. And what's being debated is whether FINRA even has a right to regulate Alpine. That's my memory of what Not Legal Advice put up. I do recommend, Vince, probably Sunday night, I don't know, but Not Legal Advice is quite diligent at getting data up there. All right, so they closed finger at 453. So there's 3 cents in the call options. So anyone who was unable, this happened to me 2 months ago, anyone who was unable to sell the calls, their brokerage firm is going to find out Monday morning that your calls were automatically exercised. They were in the money for 3 cents. Monday morning, if you haven't paid for your calls, the broker-dealer system will liquidate those shares. So my prediction for Monday and Tuesday, $4 could happen in finger while that liquidation happens. And guess what? The criminals will be right in alongside it. That'll be, if it happens, that'll be a huge opportunity, in my judgment, to buy shares of finger. Because that selling will end. It'll disappear. 3-2 in the second set. Zverev is serving, and he's got the 2. It's on serve to Rublev. Hey, John Croson, I hope you're enjoying the sun. We have a little, not a lot. Ace from Zverev. Blank massage. I like that. What? I'm not going to answer that. You shouldn't. Jack Wolf, you should get out of the market if you don't know what in play means. And if you're trying to trap me into making some sort of promise about a stock which might be in play, I'm not gonna play. Why is it always the same pattern? Here's Pecos Bill. All right, Pecos Bill, I'll let you know. Busy Brands didn't respond. So how about if maybe we set up a time to have a conversation specifically about oil and MMTLP? Or we can do it Monday or something. This is amazing. CAUD, cost to borrow 500%. That's amazing. Born free as the wind blows. I know I'm way behind. I know, Jack, I'm way behind. But I'm trying to go through every one because I don't have a system I don't have membership and say I'm only going to answer members. I didn't delete that email address. I accidentally, how did I see it? I don't know how to go back into it, basically. But yesterday I was looking in the evening at something, and I saw when I went to join something by my email, they gave me 2. So maybe, anyway, Scott, it's on my list to do, not only for you, but for a few people. I set it up. I should know how to go into it. As I'm sitting here, I can't think about how am I going to go in to that email. I guess I'll have to Google or go to YouTube to find out how. That's the issue, Scott. I don't know how to get into the email that I set up. And I know that looks stupid, but I've given it time. I've given my brain time to process it. I can't figure out how to get into that email. It doesn't show up on my, the menu. Anyway, Scott, I will go to Google or to YouTube and look it up how to get into a new email. I will do it. And I've got the weekend to do it, and it's on my list. So, Scott, yeah, I haven't deleted it. I will. I'm embarrassed to say I don't know how to get into the email. Can finger ever rip? Probably not while we're watching. It'll be a surprise. But do I have to go back? I guess I'll go back through it. Finger fundamentally has text messaging and messaging, which they have the ability to buy from the telecoms. Right now, they're not focused so much on it because businesses are moving to rich communication services. So that's not as exciting, but they have it. They have the top-up business in China, which is massive because everybody who owns a phone in China almost everybody has a top-up contract. Chinese go to 7-Eleven, they go to the gas station, they go to the chemist, they buy, or the news agent, they buy minutes to top, or they go online to buy minutes. Finger has built a relationship with China Unicom, China Mobile, and China Telecom over time, and they now have that revenue. It's set on automatic. It's not highly profitable, but you can. It's like picking up dollar bills on the sidewalk. You go. They can go buy minutes at a discount and immediately sell them. It could sell out in 10 minutes or a day or 10 days, and then they take the money and do it again. So that's a solid foundation of revenue. They are the gatekeepers to their clients, to the Tmall and other online shopping. They get a toll booth on all of that. They have rich communication services. China, unlike the United States, China is spending trillions of dollars on infrastructure. The United States spends trillions of dollars bombing deserts, assaulting mountains, and getting very little bang for the buck. But what China's been building out is 5G, province by province. This is setting up a huge opportunity for Finger in the rich communication services, essentially the ability for businesses to send messages in this brand new 5G environment, sound, video, and etc. This is a huge new source of business to consumer, even business to business revenue that Finger is monetizing now. Finger has, because of its mobile phones, Finger has a big data arm called Sapientus, which is in stage 2 of its development. They've set up laboratories for scientists. They have agreements in place with Pacific Re and MetLife reinsurers who want to get into the Chinese insurance space. This is set up as a separate division called Sapientus. They are now into the monetization phase of this business. This is life insurance, fire insurance, car insurance, motorcycle insurance, you name it. And it's huge. Big data is huge. Look up SNOW. And this is being monetized now. And on its own could be ginormous. Finger also acquired the Netflix of Southeast Asia. You can look it up. Jeju, Guju, Juji. And this, they have 100 million users. And they want to bring this into China. And there's that. Finger Motion has engaged Univest, an investment bank with 150 billion under assets and with the highest net worth investors, retail, in the world through China and Southeast Asia. They engaged them at least by September 11th, if not sooner. And Finger Motion announced a $300 million shelf registration for financing. According to Tom Rock, who has followed the stock for 2 years plus, there's over 160 million, that's the last time I remember seeing it, million shares sold. Tom Rock used FINRA data, dark pool data, and according to Ham, who watches it, there has been no sign of covering in the market. Now, according to some, this is all normal, they covered somewhere. Well, whatever you want to believe, Berenstain Fitness, according to Ham, it's over 200 million shares counterfeited in Finger. There's no evidence of that being bought back. There's 24 million shares at the DTCC. So how could there be 200 million sold? There's only 24 million at the DTCC. Most of the shares we know about, I'd say 18 million, possibly as much as 20 million, are closely held. They're not lending them out. They're not selling them. Finger Motion, according to information and belief and rumors from the IR guy, is now in the positive, earning money, cash flow positive, profitable. So Berenstain Fitness, they've hired Wes Christian. They've hired Sharon Tell. The FBI is after the retail the retail broker's client at Westpac who accepted orders in size and then walked away from the orders in Finger just to sell, that caused a loss of something like $4 or $6 million at Westpac. FBI's after that. Or is that that's the GTII? Sorry, I got them all confused. But Wes Christian is after 52 John Does for spoofing in Finger. That's GTII as well. I don't know how many, but West Christian's on the job with Finger. West Christian negotiated Lynn Partners out of their contract, and West Christian and Sharon Tell are on the job at Finger. Mark Bazile is on the job going after Capybara research. So I don't know Barristan Files. Fitness. Can Finger ever rip? I don't know. There's research out from a renowned research firm, $5, and they're ready to re-rate it higher. I don't know, Barristan Fitness. I'm going to say to you, if you're asking that question, you should probably look to lighten up on Finger. Maybe not now. Maybe not Monday or Tuesday if it goes down to 4. Maybe not in tax loss season, but maybe in January. Just move on. Just move on. I don't recommend that, but anyone asking the question, can Finger ever rip, probably shouldn't be in the stock. I know that the reason Ham is here is he believes there's life-changing profits ahead of you. But if you don't believe in it, just save the pressure. Ham's meeting with an investor. The day closed. The stock closed at 453. Right on the 450. They're hoping to automatically have 450 calls exercised. So all of a sudden, people have a bigger position than their account can afford Monday morning. The brokerage firms will sell that stock down. I expect the stock to go to $4 on Monday. But it'll be a short-term blip. But everyone extrapolates, oh my God, the stock is here. Do you think Warren Buffett got rich on Washington Post stock or Geico stock? Because when he looked at the stock price, he says, oh my God, it's going to be here forever. No. But there was no big news today, Kevin Peters. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yeah, they target companies that need to raise cash. I didn't know Logic was up today. That would signal to me that that reverse merger candidate might be coming in. I don't know. I don't have any information. That's what the shorts risk is. All of a sudden there's a 40, 50, 60 cent number and they're in it. They've shorted it at a penny or 2 pennies. Could be that it was once known as the richest entity in the world. I wouldn't put them up against the Federal Reserve or wow, I'm so far behind Kepler. Let's just keep going on. I don't know. I have no idea. I just go to mass. And I don't always go on this, which is a big deal. I've got to learn to go every day.
Call from NNAGJKIJ.
I can't take that right now. I'm going to go through this. Bill Clinton said, yeah, I guess, but he did have a happy ending. He just didn't have the full velvet. Yeah, Bill Clinton left with over $800 billion surplus. And wow. I like that. But Republicans would argue that was Newt Gingrich, another nightmare. And Bill Clinton took credit for that. But in came the Popinjay, George W. Bush, and said, it's the people's money. See, I'm going to give the money back to the people. Well, he immediately put in a massive tax cut and cut taxes. And then he decided to launch a war against the country who did not, quote, attack us on 9/11. There was no evidence that Iraq had any involvement at all. So GW and the New American Empire group launched us on a series of wars that cost the United States trillions of dollars, and it's not over yet. I believe we've declared war on Iran, the last country on the list that right-wingers like Robert Kagan and his wife Victoria Nuland, arguably the most powerful person in this president's administration. I think we're going to go to war with Iran. Anyway, trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. But if you want to measure Bill Clinton's success by what the House of Representatives pushed through, demanded. Remember, the firebomb thrower from the backbench, Newt Gingrich, came in a wave of Republican victory because Bill Clinton handed to Hillary the mandate to come up with a health care bill. And what she came up with was such a nightmare that Bill Clinton lost the House. And the House, one of the Contract on America demands, to be simplistic, was a budget surplus. And then Bill Clinton was impeached by the House. But Bill Clinton made nice with Newt Gingrich. So anyway, wherever the credit's due, I don't know. All I can say, it didn't last long. Well, the interest the shorts pay in a real short position, they've got to pay to have their prime brokerage account. So it's probably a monthly number, and it's big. And then they have to pay to borrow those shares. You see the numbers. CAUD right now is 500%. It's bloody expensive. They also have to maintain probably in these stocks $5 a share. Maybe it's higher. And all right, so Zverev won in straight sets. I didn't get to watch it. That's not good for, it's good for Zverev. He makes some money and he's a good guy. But it means Medvedev is number 2 tomorrow in his group, which means the Joker plays Alcaraz. That'll be good. So anyway, the rates are high because they can't borrow shares. That's for the real shorts. For the counterfeiters, I get a little confused because if they mark a short sale long, counterfeits the share, how much do they really pay? My experience, we didn't charge anything for that. They can't take the money out. The money it's a free credit balance. It's not really free because it's tied to the stock, but it's sitting there. And my firm enjoyed the interest on that money. So I don't remember that any interest was charged. But where the pressure comes in is they're doing this on such a massive basis. They're not doing any other business with the prime broker. So I'm sure the prime broker is charging a huge number, 50, 100, 200,000 a month to maintain the account. And then they may be charging something per share. They're certainly charging commission. And PS 71, the thing that hurts is when stocks rise, and not for nothing to the other guy that said GTII didn't go down because people went over to COSM. And by the way, that's yesterday. Why talk about it, right? But as the stock price goes up, PS 71, and these people who have sold stock which doesn't exist, the prime broker demands more money in the account. And when the Kramers et al. Were down $1 billion, it was starting to hurt. But anyway. Stop making a spectacle of myself. I'm making a legend of myself so you can remove it. Whatever it was, it wasn't much, and it didn't last long, Lance. George W., he ran up our debt massively. And then we voted in Folks. We voted in President Folks, and he ran up our deficit even more. And he didn't look out for homeowners. Didn't do jack shit as far as I can tell. He just talked to the folks. And then we brought in Trump, who said he was going to be, and no surprise, Trump ran up the deficit. And now we've got the most popular president in the history of the United States by election. And guess what he's doing? Running up the deficit. We're now at what, third? Not deficit, the debt. I'm sorry. He's also running up the deficit where we're over $1 trillion a year under. I sure hope he gets reelected. We could run a deficit of 8 trillion to 10 trillion on his watch. Anyway, Lance, it's not really the president. It's the debt-based system that we're in. The whole premise of the economy is growth. Remember, this theory of the economy started basically in the north and then in the south of England. Holland is sort of the northwestern part of Europe, possibly a little bit of Italy. And, Spain tried to join in and didn't last long at it. Portugal. Germany was late to it. But the idea was growth. Cotton, wind, and corporations. The idea of a corporation, a uniquely Northwestern European idea with the UK, all about growth. Well, that's fine when you're on the islands of England, the Isles. You can conquer India. you can conquer or believe you conquered North America, but then you side with the South because of cotton. You're creating profit. You can kill all the buffalo or all the mink, I don't know which animals, but as you bring the furs back and the hides back, there's a profit on it. Buffalo's a bad example because they just slaughtered them to get rid of the Indians. But anyway, that's all very profitable until it runs out. So when the world just looks endless, you can have profit. But the planet is a closed system. And I think the planet can't stand much more growth the way it was envisioned 400 years ago. We can't, the planet can't take much more of this style of growth. So anyway, one of the premises of this was a debt-based system. Banks, the way you grow profit at banks, you constantly have to lend out money. That puts money in the system, money supply. That creates demand for money. It creates demand for assets. It creates demand for housing. It creates growth. So more debt, more growth, and it just keeps on going. But at some point, it becomes exponential and it can't go anymore. And it's over. That's why, Lance, I was hoping by now that you had a trade where I could be talking to you about putting that in cash flowing assets like oil and gas, because I believe energy is going to have value, whatever it's priced in. Getting into gold, silver, and other commodities, getting out of debt, getting out of the debt-based system. I'm a little confused where real estate as a property, I know I've been negative on commercial real estate for 15, 20 years. I was wrong for a long time, and now I think I'll be right. Housing, is a house a home, or is it a representation of a bond and what it can earn? I don't know. We're about to find out. But I think owning a farm or owning real estate that can grow corn, or owning real estate which has a river running through it, or a stream running, these all make sense. But anyway, Lance, I like to blame it on the president. The real problem is the 450 year experiment with a debt-based system and a fractional reserve banking system, which has gone, in my opinion, has gone into a fractional reserve security system, securitization system. That experiment's almost over, and we're going to have to restart. The good news is all of this is just a concept in our mind. Real wealth is your health, your happiness, the friends around you, hearing a bird chirp in the morning, have a dog come running to you to say hello, having grandchildren, owning a farm, being able to grow food, having the ability to install an electrical system or put in a sound system, install a kitchen, having skills. And real wealth will be in the future the same as it's always been. But we're going to have to live within our planet's daily allocation of sunlight which is a lot, rather than cannibalizing eons of sunlight. I am in the oil and gas business, and I don't see any way that we can stop using oil and gas. I think we have to leave the coal in the ground, the remaining coal in the ground. And I'm not all that keen on nuclear power, although I've been assured that the 4th generation is safe. I don't think the planet can take another Fukushima Daiichi. Complete stupidity and greed on the part of TEPCO. But anyway, and the American engineers, I don't know if it was Bechtel or I don't know who built. Anyway, let's not get into that. So the United States is going to run up debt as long as the banksters can continue to buy up all the houses, all the farmland, everything. They haven't come to oil and gas yet. They will, because they believe their own horse shit that we're going to stop using oil in 10 years. Finger was 8 when Wes was hired last. Okay, so that's our indicator. Whenever Wes is hired, it's the top of the stock market. Okay. So when Wes gets fired, or quits, if he does, we'll know to buy. It's an indicator. We'll follow it. We'll know to buy Finger. The winning move is to not play. That could be. They're just washing, Ted. They're just. It's all criminal. Just take your loss, sell and take your loss. My middle initial isn't J, so if you, that's what I thought, Jack. I'm going to suspend you, but if you come on again and do this, you're just trying. Luckily, you have the wrong middle initial. I figured you were. Oh, I banned and deleted you. I'm sorry. That's a mistake. I meant to do it temporarily. I don't know anything on Dish. Finger is down because the criminals' crime. Once Finger signed a toxic convertible note with Jeff Easton and Sam Chung and Philip Valier and Hai Lee Kim at the Lynn Partners, it was over. Wes Christian was hired to get them out of that note, which they achieved. But I think the prime brokers, once the boxes check, never look again. So the criminals can keep selling stock which does not exist. That's what I think's going on. But Jewelry Affairs, there's nothing wrong fundamentally with Finger. Finger has Univest behind them. They're profitable according to reliable information, and the future is bright. They don't need money. They put out a press release. They are not raising money at $4, $5, $6, $7. So as low as the criminals do it, it's not going to work. When they raise money, I believe it'll be at $10, give or take, or higher. There's nothing. Jewelry Affairs, the criminals are counterfeiting. So now we are saying the case is going to set GTI back to the first half of 2024. DM425 investor. If you believe the only way to cause a short squeeze in GTII is for the legal case that Alpine Securities started to win, in our sense, then you're right. I didn't say that. I think what was said, DM425 investor, is that the legal proceedings are delayed until the first or second quarter of next year. Why? Because Alpine Securities has been successful convincing a judge that it is possible that FINRA doesn't have a right to regulate Alpine. That's my understanding. So that has been pushed up to the Court of Appeals. If DM425 investor, you were counting on the legal system to cause a squeeze, I would sell the stock. You shouldn't be in it. Fundamentals will outgrow the short. The criminal's goal is to drive a stock downward so that when they seek financing, they dilute the F out of the per share value of any good news. That's not going to happen here. So you obviously don't understand what's going on. I'm going to leave it there because it frustrates me so much. I think it's clear that the company put out a press release. They're not going to raise money down here. It's clear that the company in their earnings report said they expect positive earnings either this quarter or next. It's clear that the company has hired Univest. It's clear that the company is monetizing their big data. It's clear the company, that's the one I left out, the company is going to do Apple Pay. Now it's mandatory. All of it's clear, DM425 investor. As the price goes up, those who have created a large short position, probably at Jefferies, are in trouble. But if you don't believe that, and you don't want to wait for the fundamentals, DM425 investor, find a stock that's going to go up before the first half of 2024. I didn't say that. I did not say it's going to set GTII back. I didn't say that. But apparently you're connecting the two. What I believe is Finger is likely to go first. The profits from that will come into GTII. I agree with that. I'm going to just keep going quickly. Thank you, Mitchell Wong. Your explanation of an incoherent response provided by me read the lawyers have to file papers to build time. No, I think they have to file papers. They have to have proof of something to make a charge in court. But I'm sure I was incoherent. I'm sure. We'll have a call so not legal advice can explain it. Big JR, I don't know what an upgraded lens is. I'm getting lenses in my eye? Oh, God. I'm not going to think about it until mid-December, and then I'm going to turn into a puddle of fear. I don't know. I don't think it's not the same government that I experienced when I was a younger person. Look, GTII can go anytime. It can go anytime. But you know, I'm, as you've seen, I've been wrong. I'm trying to project, I think the market has been showing massive interest in finger, but that could turn around and come to GTII anytime. Alpine's in trouble. There's a massive short position, in my opinion, in GTII. You've got management working with you. Where do you see that? I know. Gary Gensler goes out with Rock Hudson. Rock Hudson is dead. Yeah, but he won't go after something else. But that's great. Good for him. I think low volume is good. That sucking sound? That sound you hear? You know what that sound is? That sucking sound? That's NAFTA. That's jobs going down to Mexico. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of NAFTA. This idea that, you know, what it was is the banks. And we've exported our pollution to China and elsewhere in the world, but we've sent not only jobs, we've sent our technology, but we've sent patents. Imagine the factories set up with robots and solar power on modern infrastructure all across Southeast Asia, while we've bickered. Let's look at logic. I didn't look at it, Steve. $0.03. It's probably up because I was thinking of buying some more next week. What's the volume? It's not a huge volume. Look at that spoof, 66,000 shares. They're trying to keep it down. I think, Steve, the shorting in logic is probably a combination of, I don't know if you can call it legitimate because they broke securities laws. Legitimate, quasi illegal, but kind of, how about that? Illegal shorting that was with professional traders and then counterfeiters. Why? Because the company Logic gave away its engine, everything. They put everything in ASPA. So the criminals, whether they are good traders or just tag along, just sell, they figure, look, we can take it from 20 cents, 25 cents down to 5 cents because there's nothing in the shell. And who's going to buy it? So they crimed in massively over the last months. and it got to a low of 0.0181. So, Steve, I think in that theory I just gave you of sort of a there's nothing in the shell, we can drive it down. It could be there's buying back going on, but that's not much volume. That's not much volume. It could be some of the real the smart trading shorts buying back. It could be that some of the criminals are saying, well, that's good enough. I want to get out. I don't want to get your hopes up, Steve. But it could also be, which I think is what it is, but I don't want to get your hopes up. It could be somebody out there knows, and I'm speculating, knows that the reverse merger deal, it's been in the news. I read the last days to you, which was supposed to be announced contemporaneously with the D-SPAC. Possibly the reverse merger news is coming. And in that scenario, by all my, just doing some back of the envelope arithmetic, which could be wrong, by every measure, I think that could be a $500 million company. Well, it has to be at least that big to be worth 40 cents to us. And in the press release, it said they were looking for something more valuable than the one they let expire. On a per share basis, to be more valuable, that one was 250 million. To be more valuable, maybe it has to even be bigger. But anyway, regardless, there's going to be a NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange, who knows, whichever one, that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, probably. We're going to have a piece of it. We're just going to be riding along. Okay, what's the risk? The risk is the shorts, the criminals say, oh, baloney. It's not worth that much. They will say that. Two, they say, oh, look at this CEO. I don't know who it is. We can go abuse that CEO. They haven't been graped yet. So we'll go talk to them. And three, oh, look, that company needs money. Let's go talk to them. That could happen by the criminals. On the other hand, if this company is ready to roll, it's financed, it's got revenues, and it has institutional investors, this stock, which could be worth 40 cents in my estimation, maybe more, a share, it's going to cause a lot of these criminals to say, wait a minute, it's 40 cents. Let's buy in down here. So, Steve, I'm not saying that you should hold this new company forever, because I don't know what the company is. The risks are that whatever their story is mostly projection rather than certainty, or that they need money and they're going to turn to the criminals on Wall Street. We don't know that. Or that the company's worth 40 cents, not 50, 60, 70 cents a share. And everybody, all of us, get out before it gets to 50 cents. So if logic is up today and they make the announcement, let's just say next week, I'm making it up. Let's say they make the announcement next week. The reverse merger candidate we've signed an agreement. First thing to look for, is it a definitive agreement? If it is, wow, the stock's going up. If it's just it's a non-binding letter of intent, stock's going down. If there's a audit period in it's a definitive agreement, pending an audit by, people in the know use KBO. If it's pending an audit, look how long it is. Is it 8 weeks? 10 weeks? Okay, that's okay. The stock will go up. Is it a year? The stock will go down. An audit is perfectly normal, and it should be fairly quick. It's a brand new company. If the company coming in sells, I don't know, is a media company that only deals with teenage girls, and it has a huge audience, but they don't spend money, that's not going to go up. If it's a company that has rolled up some other companies in its industry, and it has a growth trajectory which could be enormous, that might go up. So, Steve, we don't know. My guess is, I don't want to give you hope, somebody knows that the reverse merger candidate is going to be announced soon. That's my guess. But it could be as simple as some of the smart trading short funds are just taking their profits now before the end of the year. We'll find out. The honest answer is, I don't know. Isn't that great, BBJ? That's it. XLM, David Kramer. You're a pretty smart guy. We could do oil in US dollars, but it's much more likely, Korean Yoon, I think, that there'll be a North American dollar and an international dollar. I think the dollar will be broken in two. I actually don't think the United States, the way we consume oil now, is independent. I'm using old numbers, but I think we consume 20 to 22 million barrels of oil, at least in a strong economy. I should look that number up. For a while there, we got our production up to 10 to 12 million barrels of oil a day. I don't think it's that high anymore. We don't export all that. I mean, we don't consume all of that domestically. A lot of it we export simply because we don't have the proper refineries, and refining is a tough business. I would expect a decline in U.S. production to grab very soon, and I would think our production will fall back to 4, 5, 6 million barrels a day before we realize that we need to start exploring or producing or drilling again. The Keystone Pipeline, I think, you're talking Canada, I think that was one of the biggest blunders we could make. Now, environmentally, the oil in Canada is extremely destructive, but I have a feeling people, when they can't get into their BMW or whatever, their Toyota, and turn the key anymore, they'd rather have oil than the Boreal forest. I don't know. But I think the Keystone Pipeline was a mistake. I think China doesn't have the rules. Canada can turn that pipeline to the west and sell that oil to China. Bottom line of the modern industrial system and wealth, ignore everything else. the bottom line, oil. Close behind, natural gas. Don't let the woke, extreme, young, naive people, overeducated, convince you otherwise. The strength of the United States of America for the last century has been oil. I know I'm going down slow. I'm trying not to ignore anybody. Another gamma squeeze opportunity gone by the window. Oh, we wait. I don't know. I don't know. Look, David, don't trade calls. Just buy the stock. Whole market green except finger. Well, then I don't know what to say to you anymore. I get so tired to the point of being annoyed at repeating myself over and over again. If you don't like the fact that criminals counterfeit finger shares in the tens of millions, if not the 200s of millions, just get out. The fundamental story is terrific. And bears are criminals. Finger does not need to go back to the pimp. Finger does not need to go back to the pusher. Finger does not need to go back to the husband who's battering her. Finger has cash. Finger is profitable. Finger has revenues. And Finger has Univest. If you don't want to wait for it to go green, just please save those comments. Save me. Save yourself worry. And just get out of the stock. Yeah, it's amazing. CAUD. Let me look at it. $150. 5 million shares that don't exist. You know what they've turned the market into of companies, stocks? They've commoditized everything. They've turned everything into a futures game, an options game. Entire market caps become a playing thing for criminal traders. It'll destroy the United States. And guys say, oh, they're still bought into that trading system. The US stock market will collapse. The dollar will collapse if we keep this up, and you will no longer be driving Lexuses. You'll be walking to work, walking to visit your grandmother, delaying trips. It's just going to be a different life. But hey, boo birds, keep booing. Keep wah-wah-wah-wahing. It's all right. But you obviously don't understand what's going on. Well, I didn't know he was talking about XLM, Garbini. I knew Lou was talking about XRP. XLM is on my own some that I actually bought some 2 or 3 years ago, not very much. But unfortunately, Garbini, I've been waiting for these stocks to do something. I think I've stepped in it, talking with you guys on all these things. Obviously, my opinion isn't always shared by you, but it's not about credit. If you want to give credit to Lou Bravo for being spot on, and he's the only one that saw it in XRP XLM, please. And I strongly recommend that you listen to him on those. But for me, I've been studying the risk to the dollar of peak oil for over 20 years, a whole shelf of books. And I've been studying cryptocurrencies, but I don't claim to know as much as he does. And I like XRP. I just can't be intricate about it. I love XLM. It makes so much sense to me. You've got a quadrillion just to start with of debt swap derivatives out there, a quadrillion. E-Trade did it to me. I had calls at $6. I couldn't sell them. And it's the day I was down futzing with that trucks in front of the SEC. Get down there. Where are you? Where are you? Phone ring. 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 Ham can't find you. Where are you? Phone ring. Mark is looking for you. Where are you? Phone ring. I've never talked to you before, but let's have one intense, long conversation. You'll never hear from me again. But Mark's looking for you. Where are you? 4-hour interview or whatever it was. Lunch. Get home late. Not able to trade except in the last minutes. And I couldn't sell my calls in the $6. They were trading at 601. There's no bid. Well, BBJ, E-Trade exercised, they say it's automatic and they say it's my fault. But the calls were exercised. Monday morning, 10 a.m., I was working on selling stock and bringing in money. Unbeknownst to me, though, I didn't know. No phone call, nothing. 10 a.m., they sold it all out. $8,000 loss on that one trade alone. And I called in and I said, because the stock was trading at, exercised at $6, the stock was trading at, I can't remember, 540, 520. Anyway, they sold it out. And I called in, it's your responsibility. I said, I couldn't sell my calls. How can I be responsible? I tried to. Well, it's exercise 1 penny. We thought you wanted to own it. I said, penny? There's no bid. And then I said, but then you didn't give me time to do anything about it. Well, it's your responsibility. Anyway, that's what's going to happen, BBJ. And that was E-Trade, and that'll happen across. They will They said that the exercise is at. It might be that Fidelity, Webull, and Robinhood don't do it. I don't think Webull and Robinhood trade real stocks anyway. I think when you're at Webull and Robinhood, it's all derivative stocks. And I think it's in their documents. But I don't know anyway. Yeah, it might be. I believe the dollar is safe as long as China wants to own more gold. Okay. So I'm one of those anti-war Democrats. Well, I still call myself a Democrat. I think the Democratic Party is the war party now. And I was against the Iraq War. I was against the Iraq War. And you can't show to me, Zilbert, any benefit that came from the Iraq War. I was against dropping depleted uranium bombs on children and women. I was against using depleted uranium missiles in our tanks. But there was no benefit from the war. Zilbert, that's completely separate from my tremendous admiration for the United States military and the sacrifices, which were massive, made by our military forces in Iraq. But yes, I was against the Iraq War. And yes, I'm a Democrat. It's great news on the Finger lawsuit. It's great, but it didn't make it go up today. Yeah, I think Monday might be a good time. Finger. I would in at 4, before the market opens, or put an order in at 410. Pick or layer it. Put an order in at 390, 375, 410, 425 to buy. You might get it. Yes, I'm anti-endless, useless war that kills people and maims babies and daughters and women whose skin is darker colored than mine, and has that and is the claimed responsibility of spreading democracy. And all I can see is it spreads chaos. Libya, Syria, Yemen, even Iraq are not better off for our presence there. But anyway, Zilbert, thank you for your comment. I accidentally banned Jack Wolf. I meant to do it temporarily, but sorry about that, Jack. All right, Pecos Bill, we'll set up when you're free. I know you're hardworking, but when you have 45 minutes or so to share a cup of coffee. I'm not going to skip people's comments. The Finger announcement today was that cutting to the chase, they know who is behind the Crappy Beara website and the research report. That's my synopsis, Stephen. Djokovic got in by the hair of his chinny chin chin. His next match is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time against Carlos Alcaraz. And if you want to watch a great match, that'll be the one that you need to watch. That's the one you need to watch. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, 9 o'clock will be Medvedev against Sinner. And that could be a great match. Two great servers, two tall guys, two great rally. It could be a great match too. Sinner is undefeated, and Medvedev, I really like Medvedev. So anyway, it's going to be a great day for tennis tomorrow. I don't like Trudeau. He's Castro's son. I know. I was really angry. And I lost money. The other thing I lost money on, instead of sitting here, I had a cup of coffee. I was actually sitting outside. And instead of finishing my coffee and going through my account and selling some things, I just kept getting these phone calls. And so I said, all right, it'll hold. And I went. And I didn't expect that day they got the stock down fraudulently 3 points. So they took it, and I don't know, it closed at 601, but they took it below. And then I think they started, I think it was at $7, even $8. I don't remember for sure. Anyway, I got smacked hard. I should not have gone to the interview. I shouldn't have gone to the truck. I should have stayed. But hey, life is life. They're not the same. They're not the same. They're not the same. Cross-border payments between government. Oh, I see what you're saying, between banks. Yeah, I guess XLM is, the vision for XLM is for the banks. So yeah, I guess, but I wouldn't call them literally the same. But I would say they address a similar market. So yeah, you're right. That's right. I owned calls today too. I just didn't buy a lot more. I bought them 4.5 weeks ago, whatever. I lost on all of them. They all expired worthless. I told them I'm going to write them a letter, and I need to do it, BBJ. But unfortunately, I haven't been able to do much. I didn't realize how much time went by when I got physically, I don't know if you'd call it sick or just completely worn out. And then I got gout. But I have to write the letter, BBJ. I think it's totally wrong. And I'm going to ask them to put money back in my account. I agree with you. I'm going to do it. Oh, that's right, Mark. The other thing Finger announced, which I think is huge, is they're adding Benzinga to their lawsuit. Why is that huge? In my opinion, it's because the by the way, the difference, my understanding, XRP is payments, XLM is documents, but anyway, whatever. Contracts, which is just is different. It's really maybe it's not apples and oranges, but it's apple, it's granny apples and tart apples. They also are going after Benzinga. If you write something and it goes on Benzinga, Benzinga puts it out as a headline all across Wall Street, and then the computers, the algorithms, they read no path to profitability, finger motion misses, whatever. And then the algorithms, which are set up to sell any stock in a universe, start selling. And then it's self-fulfilling, and then they can buy back later. I would say I'm a JFK Democrat. The only one, which is ironic, Dominic, because you won't agree with me on it, because I also liked Teddy, even though he was not perfect, and I loved RFK. But I've grown to like even more than I always have JFK. But I also think I'm a Jimmy Carter Democrat. My name is Jimmy Carter. I think, but that's it. I'm not. I voted for Bill Clinton. I voted for folks, And I wish I hadn't now. But hey, I like the ideals of what the Democratic Party used to espouse and fight for. I think now the Democratic Party, they accuse the Republican Party of being right wing and Nazi, and I better not use that word. What's the better word? Totalitarian. But I think the marriage of government, media, censorship, imprisonment, control, who gets jobs, I think that's all in the Democratic Party now. It's really a funny thing. Jimmy Carter wrote the book, and I read it, or I bought it. I think I read it. I know I read it. I just can't locate it. I gave it away. He said, Palestine, apartheid, not, or something, freedom, not apartheid. But anyway, he put the peace deal together. He doesn't have anything against Israel. But no one would read it. No one would read it. I forgot my point on that. But you can't even have a discussion anymore. Oh, I know what I was going to say. It's almost as if the horror, the enormous evil of what happened in Germany and Poland and Russia, Eastern Europe, which was directed at Catholics and gypsies too. It was just extraordinarily evil, directed at one people. Well, it's weird how God sets it up, because now the right wing of that group might be doing a similar thing to another. It's just weird how these moral tests are presented to us, because I don't think a lot of people I don't know, I'm itching, in the country in Europe, that lost the war, really realized what was going on until too late. It was just all acceptable because humans want to fit in. And we trust the Washington Post. It used to be the greatest paper in the world. And now it's just a rag for that sleazeball, Jeff Bezos, and his completely inappropriate wife. All right, CAUD's at 150. I'm going to move on. I want to get to the bottom. Neocons have come out and admitted Iraq war was a horrible mistake. And Doug, thank you for saying that. That guy looks like, yeah. There it is. We are committed. This is a finger release. We are committed to legally pursuing the Capybara Short and Distort campaign, as well as all media outlets who irresponsibly reported this false, misleading, and defaming Capybara report. That you couldn't imagine how great this is. It's so great. But this is my nag from VO Warrior. We understand it is small, Arthur. We also understand you've been drinking. 3 p.m. is the Joker versus Carlos Alcaraz. 3 p.m. New York City time. Yeah. One thing to do, I didn't know this. I didn't know it was my responsibility. I thought all I had to do was sell. And I looked at it was right at the end of the, 5 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go. But you can call in and say, I do not want my options exercised, Doug. You can call in and say that. Well, the good news, I think it's good news from Finger, but people don't understand that any news other than Finger is bought out by Exxon and is going to be in charge of a discovery in Gaza. By the way, do you know that? They've discovered oil and gas in Gaza and offshore Gaza, right where the Israeli government is going in. Do you know that? Massive. It's a massive find. But anyway, if they say Finger is going to be in charge of a new Prudhoe Bay, that would make the stock go up. But anything else, they're going to sell it down. Who will win the 25 election? Ain't no such thing. 24 election. I think that this is what, unless they can control it. I mean, not control it. There he is. There he is, the good boy. Unless the Democrats are going to try to pull Joe Biden across the line for the convention. That's my opinion. And then the powers that be. Remember, the Democratic Party has all these special delegates. I believe they're going to install Hillary Clinton. And then I think the election in the bluest of blue states, Georgia and Nevada, and the working class support for the Democratic Party in Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Arizona, possibly even Texas, will all come in late night waves for Hillary Clinton. That's what I think is going to happen. I don't think they're going to let Trump be elected again. And I think RFK is going to have a huge attraction. But as a third party, they're not going to let that happen either. So I think you're going to either get Hillary. If Joe Biden steps down before then, you might get Kamala Harris, extraordinarily talented and well selected, and checks the Asian American and Indian American box, checks the non-African American box because her father was Jamaican, a professor at Stanford, checks the family-owned slaves box, and checks the had an affair during my hot period of my 20s and into my early 30s with a married man who happened to be mayor of San Francisco box, got my first appointment by the mayor of San Francisco box, and I'm a woman box. I am woman, hear me roar, in numbers too great to ignore. And, I smoked pot, but I kept people in prison when I was Attorney General in California box because I wanted the cheap labor box. So anyway, it could be if Joe resigns early, we could end up with Kamala, but they would have to time that carefully because there's no way she'll win a single primary other than maybe South Carolina. The only other candidate out there that might step in if somehow the powers that be can cause it would be Gavin Newsom. And I think that would be a maybe not a loss like Dukakis, but it'd be close. So I think the person who can get enough votes, and then the late night mail-ins, the late night the votes that got lost and got delivered late, and the machines that broke down, but here's the ballots, and they can beat Trump, would be Hillary Clinton. Otherwise, I think you're going to see a massive vote for the previous president, but there'll be a concerted effort. I understand it's from offshore with the voting machines to make sure that we don't have that eventuality. And right now, I think the only person who could get close enough so it's, the credulous public out there can believe it was the fairest election ever is Hillary Clinton, or maybe Joe himself, not Kamala. And I don't even think Gavin Newsom could do it. Yeah, that's my answer. The Orthodox and Catholic churches not united. I actually think, and I don't have enough of information on it, but I think the Orthodox Church was the Eastern Roman Empire, and the Catholic Church is the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire split in two. So the Orthodox Church was Constantinople, basically Istanbul, Constantinople. Over time, the Greek Orthodox Church, the Russian Orthodox Church were minor, not really breakaways, but minor focuses of power. There's a book I read, I lost it in a move. I'd like to find it again. I want to say that his name was French. It might have been France. I hope I can find it at Waterstones when I'm in London again. But he wrote two books. I read them both. The first one was great. He was a scientist. He was a journalist, massively educated, and he worked for the BBC. And he was put on a study to explore and do a documentary on God and the world's religions from the atheist's standpoint. He was an atheist, didn't believe in God, didn't believe in any kind of religion. And so he went to the Middle East, went to Jerusalem, went to Israel, studied Islam, studied Judaism and the Old Testament, apparently did documentaries. I never saw them. And then studied Christ. And the reason I kept the books I bought the other. It was so powerful because by the time he studied all this highly intelligent atheist, well-educated, skeptical, he believed in Christ. And so he tried to study the religions that were closest to Christ, and he came up with the Roman Catholic Church and the Greek Orthodox Church. And you know, I don't know where because now Russia, by the way, has returned to God. I can't believe it, but it's amazing under Putin. Russia has returned to having a Russian Orthodox Church. And it's amazing. Russia believes in God. But anyway, and that might be the work of Mary, by the way, and Pope John Paul II. But anyway, this journalist, I think his last name was French, his choice became whether he should join the Catholic Church or the Greek Orthodox Church. And he actually thought that the Greek Orthodox, or in your case, the Orthodox Church, was closer to a direct link to Christ and the apostles than what the Roman Catholic Church has become. He also thought the Orthodox Church was a little more fun than the Catholic Church. I can attest to that. When you go to a Catholic mass, it's not like going to the big gymnasium, Southern, I don't know, is it Baptist churches that are full of people and joy and music and people. It's different. I've been to one Greek religious event, a wedding. That was a long thing, and there were no seats. You couldn't sit down. Anyway, I think there's talk about it uniting the Catholic and the Orthodox Church. I think the Orthodox Church finds some things since I can't think of the name, but in the 60s, the Mass was changed. You know, the priest turned around and talks to us. It's in English, or it's in the local language, not in Latin anymore. Things like that. Other things too, maybe. They were not strict enough. There's talk about getting the Anglican Church back with the Catholic Church. And now that German Pope changed, he gave this blood, he shed this blood for you and for all men. Used to be, all my life, used to be what it was. Now they say he shed this blood for you and for many, which I don't like that distinction. But I think that would go along with the Anglican Church. The change made, they say, for some men, the change made so Henry VIII could divorce his wife. And by the way, Henry could destroy the churches and the convents and the monasteries and collect the wealth for his kingdom. Mark, you got to watch that. You got to watch that. 3 p.m. New York City time, 3-set match. Number 1 in the world, Novak Djokovic, against the number 2 in the world, Carlos Alcaraz. Djokovic, 36 and a half years old. Carlos Alcaraz just turned 20. Alcaraz, I haven't grown to like him, but he can do anything. He can do the baseline game. He's got a okay serve. He can run and get any ball. He can drop shot. He can do the volley at the net. He can do the smash. He can do anything. And then Djokovic, who I think is a maestro on the tennis court, a full 16 and a half years older. It's going to be, and Alcaraz wants to be number one in the world. Djokovic wants to keep his number one. And the background story is Djokovic picked up points in Paris just now, but Djokovic last year won the ATP finals undefeated. So we got 1,500 points. The only person that could do that this year is Sinner. But Alcaraz has now picked up 400 points in the round robin stage, which Djokovic has as well. Djokovic is comfortably ahead of Alcaraz for now. But Djokovic, if he doesn't win tomorrow, doesn't get any more points. If Alcaraz wins, he gets all the way, he gets 400 points. That's not enough. Djokovic will still be number one. But going into the Australian Open, Djokovic drops 2,000 points because he won last year. And if Alcaraz can actually, I don't think Alcaraz played the Australian last year, or at least he didn't get very far. If he can win, all of a sudden you got a new number one. My opinion, Alcaraz is a young whippersnapper. They took away at least 7 Grand Slam chances from Djokovic. But the year that Alcaraz was number one, Djokovic won Wimbledon. But because of the war, because Putin invaded Ukraine, they took away all the points. So Djokovic didn't get those 2,000 points. They didn't let Djokovic play in Australia because of medical reasons. And they didn't allow Djokovic to play the double diamond, the sunshine double, Miami and out in Palm Springs. So he didn't get any of those points, and he lost points. So Djokovic is my hero. He keeps pressing on. But anyway, you'll love that match. Just to tell you, Djokovic would have won all 4 slams this year, except he lost the second set at Wimbledon, which he should have won. I had to stop watching. My stress was so high. And Alcaraz played Djokovic at Wimbledon. It went 5 sets. And he barely beat Djokovic, but he won. And everyone said Djokovic is all over. I came on here and said, Djokovic will end the year at number one and he'll get 400 weeks. Whoever said Djokovic is done, I said, mark my words. Well, then Alcaraz went into Cincinnati on hard court before the U.S. Open. Oh my gosh, what a match. I could barely watch it, but Djokovic won against Alcaraz. And that's what you're going to see tomorrow, Mark. You're going to see a 3-setter. And they're going to go against each other. My prediction, actually, I'll predict this. Djokovic wins in 2. I think Djokovic is going to go after him. Why does the government hate Trump so much? I don't know the answer, but I think the media has been very successful in putting out the story that Trump, as a white male, straight, mistreats women, mistreats African Americans, is racist against immigrants, and can't stand Latina and Latinos and Hispanics, and he's a big fraud, and he's corrupt. Just remember one thing: you point one finger at me, 3 fingers are pointing at you. That was my client, Chinese, great, still a friend of mine. You point one finger at me, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. If voting made any difference, they wouldn't allow it. That's probably right. I can't read that out loud. I haven't written to Joe Biden, but I might include him on something. But I don't think letters really work, but I may try. He'll say, dear Jill. I met Joe Biden once. I have a picture of me with him. And to his credit, he had to donate a lot of money. But to his credit, he stood and greeted everyone. But as I've told you before, he got to my time. I either talked to him about climate change or about, I think it was climate change, or it was about peak oil. Anyway, I just narrowed it down to one specific question, and I said this, and I think it was climate change. And anyway, I used to get scared, just couldn't sleep at night over it. There's no question the climate is changing in my mind. And I gave him a question. He looked at me. So I gave him 2 or 3 points, and he came to sign whatever or take a picture with me, whatever. He looked at me and he said in the most dismissive, the most hateful, snotty voice, "Is that what you think, is it?" I walked away from him. I thought, that's not a really nice man. He can't even pretend. I know he lost, but one of the reasons I wanted him to win was so he could do it undefeated to get his 1,500 points. But it's all right. He gets a chance tomorrow. Unfortunately, it's against Alcaraz. But anyway, he's in. And if he wins both matches, there'll be one tomorrow, then one Sunday. If he wins the whole tournament, right now he's tied with Roger Federer at most ATP finals wins. If he wins this weekend, he'll be all by himself lonesome at number 7. I'm rooting for that too. I have more guns than I need and fewer guns than I want. That's great. Djokovic is greatest, and he's a good man. A very good man. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. So I'm going to take this opportunity to say good night to everyone. Take care of yourselves. Please pray for Jenny L and her family. Please pray for world peas and world corn, but pray for world peace, particularly if you want to get it off any politics. Just pray that God protects the little babies in all countries in war zones, regardless of sex, color, religion. And I know that God loves his children most of all. So, did I leave anything out? Anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for putting up with me. I'm going to try to improve this service to you. We'll have some interviews. And I'm sorry all these stocks are down. It's just hard to fight fraud. But And I think it's going to be hard for the next 6 weeks, tax loss selling. But there'll be a time one or two of them snap up. We'll talk about all that. And what else? Just wish every one of you the best and happiness all around you. If you're not with someone, I hope there's a dog near you that can jump up and say hi, or both. And we'll catch you on the flip side. That's right. My computers. That's it. Wish you peace, love, and happiness. What more could anyone want? Thank you very much. It's Thanksgiving. That's next week, huh? Next week. All right. So I'm going to say good night, and we'll see you probably Sunday, maybe tomorrow. Anyway, we'll see you down the road.